All right. Mic check, mic check. I assume mic is all right. Right on time for a banger song too as well. All right, all right. Um let's take a look at my cam looks pretty fine. I think it's all right. I think it'll work. I think we can dial back a little bit on this. Look a little more natural. There we go. I think we're good now. You got an Andes last night? Nice. We're boss in 1 minute. I'm good. But I appreciate it. Yeah, it's a little bit of an early stream. I got some things I want to do after the stream, so or later on tonight, like tonight type thing. So that's kind of why. But I also want to update all the our macro guys too as well. Unfortunately, I won't be able to show you guys the back end for obvious reasons. But you'll be able to see like the planner and stuff like that as I'm doing things. Someone thinks they're funny. But yeah, so I'll be doing a good bit of that tonight. I also want to test out a couple of things too as well. I want to like thoroughly test some branch and volleys. I mean thoroughly, like just go through the test dummy and like see the interactions, because mathematically it's horrible. But if it does something, even Zario came to the dark side with the Bolton combination. I mean, at this point, I think it's just we know that, we just feel that, since Blizzard is going to advertise using bugged builds or bugged combinations to tackle the abattoir Azir, it's just like it's like it's like you're advocating for us to use these things in the upcoming content, which I think is really, really weird. But okay, fine, we'll do it. Does who play WoW? Who? Hmm. Give me 1 second, y'all. Sorry. And 2, 3, 5, 200, 300, 800, 1100, 1400. I'll do 220. We're good on that. Break their spirits. Shark, what's going on? Yeah, so I haven't finished. So I've made changes to the paper doll and the aspect and also the Paragon board, but I haven't like finished on the back end, like making like you know, word changes in the actual guide itself. So I'm still in the process. That's kind of what I'm going to be doing today, like during the stream mostly. So yeah. Sorry. It is that every time like I sit down and I'm like, you know, making the attempt to just sit there and just get stuff done or a lot of things done, things come up. So it's like I'm like in the middle of things. So I'm like, you know what? Why don't I just make a stream out of it? I'll just do it during stream. Obviously, you guys can't see the back end, but I can at least show the planners and stuff and the Paragon board and aspects and things I'm thinking about changing for all these different setups or whatever. So you guys can at least get that, you know. Raz, what's going on? Okay. All right. So to test, I'm going to sacrifice an aspect.
You can't be serious, Iris. Morgan's folly is lost in ruins.
All right. So what weapon do I want to do that on? I guess it doesn't really matter what weapon I want to do it on. Because it's gonna have to be a two-hander.
Surely you understand that.
This is actually a really good crossbow. We'll throw it on that. Let's see.
I need more time.
First Carlo, now Leah. There's something out there killing us and no one will do anything.
Wait, what happened? We won't do a max one just in case it's actually good. We'll just do a mediocre one.
Don't be a stranger.
And then we'll just toss that there, mark it, make sure I don't lose that. In fact, let's put it in the stash. Oh. A-Town. My ears are still popping, by the way, from the trip. Chivs, they have a good stream. Have fun with the theory craft. Thanks, man. Most of the stuff, I kind of already know what I want to do. It's just a matter of just putting forth the work. I've got no witty comment this month. Wow, 18 months in a row. What is up, man? Appreciate you. Raven, what's going on? Ready for Duriel? Can you hear me? Like, are you on the stream? Okay, there you are. I mean, I can. How many do I have? I can knock some out real quick. 5. All right, cool. Yeah, invite me. I'm in test mode at the moment, so. Freeze. Why won't? There you go. Okay, now he's vulnerable. Alright, so I have 5 arrows. I'm shooting up close. He's vulnerable. Right? Seems like quite a bit of arrows are shooting out. I should get another. Let me get the other crossbow for a comparison. Just to it makes it kind of hard to see because they're like shooting in all different kind of directions. But that is 5, right? That is definitely 5. Oh, forgot I got that on. All right, throw this on. So roughly 2, maybe 3 out of 5 arrows are gonna give me an additional arrow. Which ring is man? Well, the only new rings that all the classes got, like specific rings. But Pee Wee, what's going on, man? But yeah, Moana, yeah, just send an invite whenever you're ready. While I'm doing this. Yeah, it has it. Yeah, it like there are case scenarios that are pretty nice for the ring. Sometimes though, it can just be a matter of can you really fit that in your setup, and that's kind of where it somewhat becomes the issue because we're already kind of struggling for slots as it is, and that we have more uniques and more aspects that are kind of useful. Wait, what just happened? Oh, never mind. I must have procced the whatchamacallit. I swear I saw like 3 shadows for some reason. You know what? Screw you. Let's just take you out there. Oh, whoops. I did a thing. Yeah. The thing is that like out of all classes though, like rogue in general, it does give you a pull, which is nice. The pull is a little bit slow though. Like if it instantly pulled to something, it'd be pretty nice. It'd be like really good for like 10 shot especially. And of course flurry. But because it's like a slow pull kind of thing, it's a taunt and it's nice, but like rogues are generally don't really have issues kind of getting around. It's just I'm gonna proc all the stuffs. There we go. So I'm trying to proc the wait a minute. That's why I can't, because I don't have the whatchamacallit. That makes sense. There you go. Get all you guys curse real quick. There we go. Alright. Gucci. But yeah, I mean the taunt itself is the taunt itself is like pretty good, but I just think that because rogues generally have high mobility and can get around situations easily and position pretty well, that it's just something that's really not needed more often or in general compared to something else they could have gotten. But let's see. Moana, do you guys have a 4th or no? Okay, what's going on, man? Do I use the 10 reduced movement speed of mobs that are chilled? No, I don't. I do not. That's a lot of point. That's points that I feel is kind of wasted. I'm already like super fast. as it is. So I don't really need them to slow down any more than they are with Puncture and Penitent Greaves. And I think skill points are too valuable to put in that slot for that. At least not if you're playing like most of the current builds now. Like if you're playing like a bow rogue or something, like completely bow rogue with like, I don't know, like Heartseeker Arrow maybe, but again, that's like a very niche case. Let's back up with this now. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm still like, I'm almost done with what I'm trying to do here. I wish it was easier to see. It's a good angle, actually. There are times where the arrows actually hit the same target. Like this target gets hit like 2 or 3 times. Like it's not getting hit by any of the original arrow. It's just the bounce. Actually make it for some interesting single target case scenarios that you can't control, obviously. But yeah, I still don't think it's worth it, but yeah, it's just really not worth. Yeah. All right. Well, as I thought, but that's okay. Do I have Master Summon as well? No, I used all mine last night. Yeah, I was running them. I was running them last night, so I don't have any additional. Wait, why is it only 21% here? Especially with Tobal's War, you don't really need the additional arrows either. I made it possible to proc Icy Alchemist. It didn't proc before. It sounds like a bug. It didn't proc before. Like the slow stuff. Like the last time when that's been mentioned to me, I tried to add more chilling weight and it didn't do anything. Now Icy Alchemist is not bad. I don't think it's better than like a power aspect by any means. But it's just one of those things where you just don't have room for it. All right, I'm ready, y'all. Whenever y'all want to do the things. What would I rather have on the other hand other than the barber? The Vow Heart would have been nice. The Imbuement Heart, I actually would have preferred that. I'd actually wear that. Definitely would have preferred that over the taunt. How many rapids do I have? Only got one 1. That's poison too. Oh, this is damage versus distant though. All these are imprinted. All right, so I guess we'll just sacrifice it. Appreciate the follow, whoever that was. Assume. All right, I guess I'll tele to somebody. Yes. Yep, Raven. That is exactly what I want. You have a sword. Is V damage really better than close? What is V damage? Vulnerable? The swords don't have vulnerable. Swords has crit damage. Also, what does the sword have to do with it? A sword versus a dagger have to do with the boss will, though. Unless I'm missing something. Do they pin shot is better than barrage for leveling? No. For leveling, no. To pop out chat. I gotta move my YouTube chat. I guess I won't move. All right, so almost died. My bad, y'all. Any progress with cloud level? I haven't been looking. Blizzard actually dropped some hints at BlizzCon though. I don't know if anyone's made any actual progress with it though. Got a ring. It has crit. Well, you use Shadow Step. Yeah, I do use Shadow Step. But I don't stay in close range all the time. With Barrage, I go close range only when I'm shotgunning. Usually I'm like mid range to spread my AoE. Like I Shadow Step and then I evade back usually. You got to think about the entire process of like the order of rotation of skills, right? You can do a dagger. I'm not saying you can't. I just think that the crit damage is more consistent. But I mean, yes, I mean, if you find a good dagger and you rather use a dagger, you know, for sure, use the dagger. Get rid of all the stuff that's in my inventory now.
Come back if you need the forge.
What do I run on my sword stats? The norm. All stats, dexterity, damage to crowd control, damage for core skills, or core skill damage. It's pretty much what most rogue builds kind of do nowadays, unless you're doing like a poison setup. Running, what's up, man? The Barrage last season and the versatility of it, yeah. Barrage it's good at everything. It's not the best at anything, but it's good at everything. Why elements? More damage. Elements is basically a convention of elements. I don't know if you ever played Diablo 3 before. But if you have, it's practically the same thing. You get a pretty big burst of damage. It was additive, which is why we never used it. But 2 patches ago, they made it multiplicative. I just haven't updated the guide to reflect that until today. I'm not finished updating the guide, by the way. So like, if you saw it on the Maxwell Barrage guide, it's because I'm still in the process of updating. Yeah, the single target, like basically the single target damage is very close to rapid fire. It's just that it's not as convenient. Like rapid fire's quality of life for single target is just simply better. But in terms of just the damage output, just raw damage output, like Barrage is very close. It just requires more finagling to make the single target work well, I guess you could say. You know, the whole shotgunning stuff.
I can break that down. Can still use these.
Reduction, damage, distance, energy on a foul. Is a Necro guy on the slower side to update his build? He's been playing the new Necro Marine for a few days now on stream, but he hasn't updated on Macro. It's one of those things where I think are we talking about macro? Is that who you're referring to? Yeah. So Macro is a scientist. Like the way that he approaches the game, like a pure scientist. He wants to make sure that every single interaction with what he's doing concerning the ring and the adjustments around it, like makes complete sense before he updates it. So it's not a matter of, oh, the ring came out, now I'm just gonna, you know, swap a ring into it and then be done with it, right? No, he takes the time to like make sure he tests out every interaction possible. I kind of do the same thing, which is why it's taken me a little while to kind of get to my stuff as well. Not because of the ring, but just because of, like, let's say the aspect of elements and that kind of things. I made some adjustments on the Paragon board too as well. Did the Paragon board change recently? Yeah, I'm in the process of updating the Macro guides. So I updated everything on the front end, but haven't made any changes on the back end yet. I'm planning on doing that during the stream today. You guys can't see the back end stuff, but I'm planning on finishing that tonight. North, where that guy's crazy, he got it out like the next day. It's a little bit. I think the thing is that I think the interactions and stuff between the different classes are different, right? In North War's case, I think Tavos Will Pants. I think in this case, I don't think he really had much to update. But Necro's interactions are very weird. Macro found a new bug that he gets reported, etc. He said, okay, because the board shows different glyphs than the written section below. It does, yeah. I haven't. So everything on the paper doll, like the paper doll itself, the aspects, and of course the Paragon board, like that has been updated. But everything in the written part of the guide, like all the like words and, you know, the sections and stuff like that, that hasn't been touched yet. So I will. I promise you. By the end of this stream, I will have Barrage, Penetrating Shot, and hopefully Rapid Fire up to date with that on both the front and the back end. What is the ice pool under you? Is it farmable? Oh, that's the penitent greaves. That's these boots. It's a unique boot. Is Barrage still going to run to bolts? Yeah. I say unfortunately because I really like the other combination better. But if Blizzard is going to be promoting bugged builds to approach Abattoir or Zero with, then it's like I don't really have a choice but to put to Boss Will in the rogue builds because everyone's going to want the best possible case scenario for the newest content. So I kind of have to, not because I want to, but because I just kind of have to. It will only be hurting Max Rose case if I don't put the best case scenario on there. Now when it gets fixed, you know, whenever that is, whether that's the end of season 3 or end of season 2 or the beginning of season 3, whatever like that, then I can put the other combination up there, because then that will be better than Tobalt's Will once it's fixed.
There are so many ways I can kill you.
What's wrong with it? What do you mean? What's wrong with what? The Pance's max resource basically ups the amount of combo points you can possibly have. That is the bug. In a nutshell. So the maximum, so whatever their maximum resource is, ups the amount of combo points you can gain, which makes some things extremely strong. It also makes Windforce viable, which I will be updating on the Maxroll site, by the way. So Windforce is going to be best in slot with those pants, of course, obviously. Does it Uber Amulet also add extra No, it doesn't. It's just the pants. How bug is it on other builds? We don't really know what the interaction is with the other builds. It was more obvious. It became more obvious on Rogue when we figured it out. Me and Zario were in the chat trying to figure out like what the actual, like how the bug actually works. And we figured it out with, you know, taking off the pants. You see this, put the pants on, we see this, and it's like, oh snap. Kind of thing. Windforce is viable, yeah. Type exclamation mark Windforce. Meant to say roguelike is DH. And I feel like they would not fix combo point bug. I did not play for 10 days. Yeah, I don't have that luxury though. Is Windforce gonna be in the barrage build? No. It's only viable in the pin shot build. If you want to know more information or detailed why, it's in that little video link that that just popped up. It's like a 5-minute video. It's not long, but it tells you exactly why Windforce is now good. And it's kind of funny because the only reason why it's good is because Boss Will is bugged. Once that gets fixed, Windforce will go back to being garbage again. To be fair, I don't think the Panthers were driving ball lightning. I mean, I don't think anyone said that. I'm just saying we don't know if that max resource stat has any other buggy interactions with any other classes for anything, any build. It was just more obvious on Rogue when we figured it out because we have this. That makes it pretty obvious. So we don't know what it may or may not be doing on other classes. Right. So, but yeah, it could very well be possible that you know, some other stuff is going on. We just may not know what it is. Windforce would be gold meta. Well, it's actually best to slot for pin shot now. So, is there any other important, really important items that can be farmed with another character for this build before creating the rogue? I mean, yeah. I mean, Tibalt's Will. That's kind of really the only thing. I mean, combination dagger, but you know those are pretty common, and you can farm for that pretty easily. But that's really it. Those are the only two things that you like, you know, have to have. Everything else is just combo point related aspects. Was in Hoda bug at one point. Yeah, but they fixed that. What makes Hoda good now isn't the bug, but rather just overpower is just extremely strong. Like they kept rogue combo points due to other classes being insanely up there. I don't think it's just that chromatic. They didn't fix anything yet. So it's not just that. Like they're not gonna fix one thing and not fix the other stuff, right? Like they didn't touch ball lightning. They didn't you know, they didn't touch any bugged interactions based on builds right now. So, but it is kind of funny though, because even with the pants, you know, rogues are actually behind, well, pretty much every other class power wise. Like just raw power, wise, like they're behind every class right now. Which is, I mean, it's okay, and like Rogue is struggling to do content or anything. But if we're just talking about like raw mathematical numbers, yeah, Rogue is pretty much last place right now with the pants. So imagine playing without, you know, wanting to play without the pants. I'm not comparing, Raven. I'm just making a statement. And I did make mention that, you know, rogues are quick, so we don't struggle to do any content, obviously. You say you're not attacking. I know you're not, but it's like every time I say something, it's like, but this or but that, but it's like whataboutism kind of sort of thing. Like I'm definitely not trying to, like, you know, I'm not complaining by any means. I'm just making well, at this point, a mathematical statement. But yeah, with metamorphosis, I mean, honestly, most classes are pretty nimble. Max movement speed plus metamorphosis is like really good. So TB is really strong. Well, TB also has a bug associated with it, and that's Blade Dancer. But even TB is behind all the other, like Rogue's technically strongest build is still like behind every other class's strongest build. I'm not saying it's not really strong. What I'm saying is relative to what's out there, you know, rogues are like at the bottom for pure power, just pure power, right? We're not talking about farming speed. The game is not hard. So like you don't need that much power, honestly, to do most of the stuff in the game right now. It's gonna become really noticeable when Abattoir of Zero comes out. When that comes out, having that blunt force power is going to rear its head. Like right now, it doesn't matter. Rogue being in last place matters like not at all whatsoever. Like zero. Like it could stay there and nothing will change. You know, rogues will still do content very easily despite their positioning. But with Abattoir of Zero, that might be a different story. Like the difference between um, the builds are going to start to show his head. Which is why personally I find it very interesting, because like basically Abattoir Zero are just gonna showcase the broken builds. Rogue will still be able to do it with no issues, I bet. Not true. Not the highest levels, no. Even Woody was saying it's very hard. And he was playing his Rogue. And that's Woody. If Woody's saying very hard, imagine like 99% of the rest of the player base. I didn't get to test it, no, but Woody did. Nature of the patches, the flow of buffs and nerfs. Woody also plays with builds that he plays. He said play with builds as he plays. No, he was using his, he was trying to get as far as he could with what he had available. He wasn't experimenting with builds during that time frame. It would be kind of silly to experiment, like just do just experiments in general and on something you only have a limited time playing. If the idea is to see how far you can go with this very small time frame of playing some new content, you're gonna pick your best setups and try your best. Because he only had like a little bit. Oh, he got an Andarios. Nice. Someone got an Uber unique in the chat. I am still Uber uniqueless. Yeah, but in terms of the nature of the patches, I wish it kind of wasn't like that though. But I never liked the idea of it's X class's turn to be super strong or whatever. Why can't all classes just be pretty strong versus this class must have a spotlight? Obviously, balance is way harder than that, and I get that. But I'd never advocate for rogues to be OP. I mean, I like rogue. I play rogue, stuff like that. I just want more the bow rogue stuff to be more, viable, I guess. The like true bow rogue stuff, like the bow rogue basic attacks and the key passes and stuff like that. That isn't, whatchamacallit. I don't even care if that becomes over OP or not. I just want to match close quarters combat, so I don't have to take it. That's kind of where I'm at with that. Forgot to activate my streamer buff. Bro, I never had it. I have a streamer debuff, man. Y'all been here long enough to know I just don't get things. Is it harder than preseason Nightmare 100? Yeah. The higher levels are, yes. There's a reason why the devs, which I don't even know why Joe said this, but Joe P said this. He says, bring your best ball lightning setups to the Abattoir Zero. I'm like, bro. What level did the enemy scale to? Well, we don't know. Like there's information that the people who played it can't tell you. So all they can say is that they played it, and they can either say it's either easy or hard. Yeah, Peacha, he actually said that. Why do you think I started using To Boss Will again? Because it's like you're advocating, instead of being like don't play these things, we're gonna fix it or whatever like that, and then give you, you know, your power back in some other way, shape, or form. You're literally advertising the bug to millions of players. Like, that's so annoying, because it's like, how can you sit there and, you know, as a dev team, be a little upset that people are just abusing your bugs, and then yet you advocate for them to, at the very, very same time. It's like, I don't get it. Yeah, like I said, you guys know me. I don't play with or mess with, you know, a build that's, or something that's obviously bugged. I generally don't. I didn't do it the past, like last season. I didn't do it preseason. Didn't bother with any of that. In fact, I haven't even played with the boss wall for that long. Like, the moment that I found out they were bugged, I took them off and started crafting other stuff. The only reason why I put it back on is because of that statement that he made. Because he didn't just say your best ball lightning builds, but also your best combo point builds too as well. Putting emphasis on 16 combo points. And you want to know where the 16 combo points came from? My video, because my thumbnail literally has the picture with Tobalt's Will with 0 out of 16 combo points. So you're telling us to do it. And now, as someone who doesn't like promoting bug stuff, I don't have a choice now, because people are expecting it. Well, Joe P said, yeah, he did say it. Unfortunately, he said it. That is true. He said it. So now I have to make sure that all the Max Roll guys have it, for sure. And build around it 100%. It's also a negative aspect of playing bug stuff when they get fixed. People feel weak because besides all the ethical part, of course. Well, here's the thing. Here's the problem. Well, here's one of the main problems with that. Here's one of the main problems with well, not what you said, but just like in general. The problem is that when you have a couple of builds that are such outliers, they're so much better than like other setups you can possibly do, then you can't buff anything. Like, the entire season, you're stuck playing that one thing because you want to be the strongest you possibly can, so you can't do anything. The devs can't do anything. What can they do to logically make the other, you know, sort builds along the same line as Ball Lightning? You can't. You have to make them broken to be on Ball Lightning's level. And then at that point, now you have a bunch of broken builds you got to fix, because you want people to play something different other than Ball Lightning. Well, how do you do that? You have to break something else, which doesn't make any sense, because Ball Lightning needs to be fixed, which it will later on, right? But it's like, how do you give people other options and interesting things to play as long as these bug builds are on top? You see what I'm saying? So the only logical way to get people to want to play other things is to get rid of the outlier. The outlier is these broken interactions with builds. Like, that's the only way. But people don't like that. People don't want the, well, now my Ball Lightning feels, or my super OP build feels normal, and I don't like feeling normal. I like feeling the OP that I did, but now it's balanced, and now there's more builds that are in the same range as the, fixed build, but people got so used to being OP that it's like, well, now I'm not having as much fun anymore, but that's the problem though. Like, you either stuck playing one build, or they get rid of the outliers, so a lot of builds perform in the same area, right? So you can't have build diversity and then want the bug builds to stay at the same time. Like, it's impossible. You can't have both. That's generally why I always advocate for bug fixes, no matter what it is, whether it's my class or anyone's class, just in general, because you stifle creativity as long as these bug interactions are here. And I can tell you that on the rogue class, period. You know, nothing really comes close to anything that Tabal's will can accomplish. It just doesn't, right? Like, I don't want to be forced to use puncture all the time, but I don't have a choice because Tabal's will. Like, Tabal's will, the whole 30% chance to gain 3 combo points actually gives you full combo points. So I have to use puncture. I don't have a choice now. Whereas there are some setups where I actually prefer to do force rail, but now I can't because it can't take advantage of the bug. It's just annoying. It's annoying that I'm kind of like stuck in this, you know, like bubble or whatever, you know, with it if I want to perform well. Zarya, yeah, dude. I don't know, man. I'm an advocate for lots of stuff being strong. Give us lots of options that can make us feel like we're progressing through content, you know, well, despite whatever route we choose to take. Obviously, that's much harder to do. That's much easier said than done, but work towards that. Right? If there are outliers, then it ruins that entire, you know, thing. But yeah, and I guess to me, what really ticked me is the fact that they purposely advertised the bug stuff. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, bring your best OP, you know, completely broken setups to the Abattoir Azir. Okay, so you got this Abattoir Azir. You want to use Abattoir Azir to kind of get an idea of how the content is going to perform, right? And you want to get an idea of how builds are going to perform in this, but yet you're leaving the most broken builds in the game to literally, for the most part, probably break the content. Right? How do you get the set data you need if no one's going to play anything besides Ball Lightning on Sork? Like, do you really think you're going to get any data of any Sork playing Frozen Orb and the Abattoir Azir as long as Ball Lightning exists? No. You're going to get zero data. 0% of players are going to play that. And the Abattoir Azir if there's Ball Lightning that exists. You know, Flame Wall? Nah, man. Why play that when I can just do Ball Lightning for Abattoir Azir? Like, you know, like there's like for the harder content, you're gonna play exactly what is the absolute strongest, which makes sense, right? It's supposed to be hard. I mean, anybody would, right? It makes sense. I got a God Slayer. So how do you collect data if you're going to let bug things run the entire content? You know what I'm saying? Like, you get all you're gonna get is data based on bugged interactions or overtuned interactions. There's other OP builds on the ball. Like, yeah, there is. I'm just talking about bugs right now. Barb's stuff is really not bugged. Barb's stuff is just Blizzard has overtuned overpower. So that's not bugged. It's too strong. Oh, like overpower itself as a stat is too strong. But it's working as intended based on the tuning that they overdid. Does that make sense? This is in the tough spot. Well, I think the thing is that like, I honestly think that like, I think they went about it the wrong way both times, Zarya. I'll explain what I mean by this. I think they went about it the wrong way both times. So they went one extreme, people didn't like it. They went the other extreme, and now you're conditioning players to thinking that anything that's bug is just gonna stay in the game. So now you created a different problem. What should have happened, in my opinion, like if in my opinion, what should have happened is that they should have announced when they're going to fix a bug, or they should announce what's bugged and announce that they're going to fix said bug. Okay. When they do fix said bug, what they should have done is somehow give some of that power back to the player that is losing whatever power due to said bug. So whether that's something that is underperforming, a whole different skill that's not doing anything at all, be like, okay, well, we did fix this bug, but we also bumped the weakest skill up. So therefore there's something else you can do as well. So you're not being completely stripped of it and then you get nothing back. That's what happened in preseason. This season, it's like, okay, things are broken. Well, now things are broken and they're just letting it be broken. And now the perception is, oh, well, Blizzard's never going to fix anything. It's just they are totally cool with bug builds running around. Well, now you created a different problem. Because now the problem is the perception of the player base is like, well, they're never going to fix any bugs or anything that's like, completely OP because they're not touching it right now. So you're given the impression that Blizzard is okay. Like, that Blizzard is okay with it. When in reality, they're not okay with it. They just don't want to piss off the player base and they don't know how to not do that. So now Blizzard has painted themselves in the other corner. So I think both ways that they approached it, I think were problematic. I've always ran a reason this season I built a rogue, just had bad timing. I mean, so my thing is the thing is, Zario, is that they need to establish some sort of consistency, which they have not done. Right? If Blizzard was very just if they would have done it at the start like that, where it's like, okay, people know that something is bugged, Blizzard will mention, let's say hypothetically, Blizzard mentions, okay, this and this are bugged. We will have a fix for this in the next coming patch or whatever like that. Beware of that. But as we do so, we are going to do this, right? And so now the player base, at least going forward, knows the process from Blizzard. They know, oh, okay, we know it's bugged. We know that they're going to fix said bug, but we also know that they're going to compensate us in some way because of said bug. If they would have kept that same process or that same philosophy going forward, then they can always fix bugs in the future, and the player base at least understands and knows that it's going to get fixed, but they're going to also get reimbursed in some way, shape, or form at the same time. And if you keep doing that, then it's not a problem because you got to fix bugs. People know you got to fix. I mean, people like whether you're for or against any of the broken stuff, bug fixes have to happen. But you can, quarrel the player base by at least letting them know ahead of time before you go and jump into a patch and completely demolish said build, right? Because it was bugged and the player base didn't know that it was bugged, and all of a sudden they log in and their build no longer does what it used to. Like, that's not good. That's not a good feeling at all, which is exactly what they did in preseason. That's not the way you go about it. That's why people were pissed. That makes sense, right? But I don't think the way that they're going about it right now is any better. But yeah. To Blizzard, when it comes to the Abattoir Zir, and if they're trying to, collect data to be able to use to help balance things in the future, I definitely say good luck to them on that. because I would love to see what that data actually turns out to be when that comes out. As long as the builds are where they are. I say they have a tough job and good luck to them on that. Game is too easy with a boss song. I get bored of it. Yeah, yeah. And Malky, I agree with what you just said. I also think it was a bad move promoting said bug too as well. If it's bug, okay, but promoting it, like, yo, bro, y'all bring your best ball lightning builds to the abattoirs. You're promoting the bug. Like, what the hell? You promoting the bug is giving people the sense that these things are okay and they may just stay in the game. like in terms, like, permanently, like, or whatever. You're giving them the perception that this is okay when it's not okay. And so yeah, Blizzard just paints themselves into a wall like that you or sorry, just backs themselves up into a wall again. They went from one wall, one corner to a whole entirely different corner, and both of them are not good. Both of them are not good at all. You think they get pandering to the popular masses? Yeah, but I get why they're doing it. I just don't think they really understand the consequences of what they're doing. The short term, you're getting people on your side, right? You're everyone's going like, yeah, Blizzard's rocks. They're not gonna touch my fun build because my fun builds, is this, and I love Blizzard now. They're pandering to that audience, and there's a lot of them. So there's they want to be the good guys because they've been technically feeling like they've been the bad guys for most of D4's existence. So they want to be the good guys, but sometimes you just can't. You gotta come up with the philosophy that stands by the values of what you want the game to be and stick with it, but also get the player base to understand that you want things to be good, but other things have to be in line in order for everything to be good and or better. I think it's because they have too much content in the pipeline and don't want to fix things before content goes out. You know what? You're right. You're right. You're exactly right. So while that's a good thing for content, like getting streams of content, is a bad thing when things are problematic inside the game before the new stuff gets released. So in reality, what they really, I don't know if they have one of these, but I think honestly they need to have an oh shit team on the side, and that oh shit team on the side every season should be responsible for just making sure that whatever fires happen in that season, you take care of those fires. So you can have 2 or 3 teams, like two or three teams, whatever, doing additional content, in the works, future content like that. You have an oh shit team on the side because the stuff is gonna catch on fire, and then you you do what you gotta do. I like that. The OSHA team. Yes, exactly. They just need you just need to have a on standby OSHA team instead of just using, Uh, and the new season would be a good time to be the good guys while fixing stuff without removing the fun. Oh, let me read what you said before that. Are we out of runs? By the way, because I'm about to work on max roll builds if we're done with runs here. I didn't get anything, by the way. I wasn't expecting to get anything, but yeah, definitely did not get anything. But GG's, y'all. Thank you for the runs. I am however many runs closer to, a pity drop. Not like an actual pity drop, but like we feel bad for you, Dockside. You've been trying over X amount of runs. Here's a pity drop type thing. I'm forever getting closer to that threshold. Not getting anything is a norm for me. Yeah, it is. I tell people this, man. I have the anti-streamer buff, or the streamer debuff. I'll put it that way. I have the streamer debuff. I apparently did not get the memo when I started streaming that I am supposed to have buffs because I stream. Apparently that did not apply to my account at all whatsoever. Yeah. But yeah, reading the chat and everything, I think lots of people, most of you guys posting are making very good points. So like overall, Six, Zario, Malky, Chromatic, Raven, like all of y'all are making like solid points in different avenues. I signed the wrong contract. Peaches just did I remember to sign up for Diablo Prime? I must have missed it, man. That's probably what happened. That fixes stuff when they're trying to keep the player base strong through the end of the season would be a mistake from on a business view. I think the thing is that like I think that's the short term though. That's a short term fix, right? Like that's the short term, give me now, this is fun type thing. It's gonna have long term repercussions because of the way that they're going about it. But right now, for a lot of people, this works. You see what I'm saying? So I guess for Blizzard, it's a damn if you do, damn if you don't. But they caused it, right? At the end of the day, they could have reacted towards bug fixes in a better way preseason, right? You have to fix the bugs, obviously, and that's true. But they could have went about it in a different way to where they don't have to try to be the good guys now by leaving things in the game. So anyhow, what makes the unique dagger so good? The 40% more damage and the 30% chance to generate combo points, which is supposed to be 3, but with Tabalt's will, since you have extra combo points, you generate the entire thing. It fills up your bar if you proc it. So yeah, combination dagger is better this season now than it was in the past. But just like what Zario was saying before, like it's hard to be creative and make different builds and play styles.
Yo, Dockside, we just got raided, son.
Man, like, what is going on?
You know how we do.
With the raid.
We pay respects to our fellow streamers, man. I'm gonna need the chat to throw up some die hype,
you know what it is,
like the most, and drop my beat for these new viewers. Dashizi out.
My Halo raided my stream with 54 views.
Appreciate the raid. How are you doing? I came in with the raid by accident. All good. Thanks for the raid. How's been your experience? Oh, by the way, chat too as well. So here's the other thing. I think I forgot to mention, right? So when you have these builds, right? Like if you have like, let's say overpower being overtuned for a long time. Let's say you have ball lightning being bugged, you have to boss will being bugged, you have a couple of interactions. Even on Necro, there's some new bugged interactions that makes them a bit, a little stronger as well. Like when you have all these interactions that are happening in the game, right? And the game's content was not balanced around bugged interactions, then people are going to chew through the content extremely, I won't say quickly, but there's not going to be any challenge to the said individual as long as you're using said bugged, build or bug combination. So what ends up end up happening that I see from a lot of, not say a lot of players, but from some players, is that they say, oh, well, there's no content in the game. Or, well, the game is really easy. Or, well, we need more stuff. I did Lilith at level 80 with my ball lightning. And it's like, okay, well, that's ball lightning, right? Like the players who are getting that instant gratification right now because of these bug interactions are doing what they're doing ends up, not being long-term sustainable, because people are going to be like, well, where's the other content now? I've already done everything on my Hoda Barb. I've already one-bopped everything. What's next, right? Or, what I'm saying? Like, then you kind of have that other issue where the content can't keep up with the broken builds because the content wasn't designed for those broken specs to happen. They were designed with the stuff that they added, that they calculated would work, which obviously is going to be off. I mean, it's a smaller team versus thousands of people theory crafting builds. But when something is broken and it ends up invalidating the content, well, then now your content has no value because there's no challenge. There's no challenging content in the game for some builds. Like there's not a single challenging content in the game for a Hoda Barb. There's not a single challenging content for Ball Lightning Sword. There's not a single challenging content for legit any to boss will rogue build, right? Currently, right? There's nothing. It's just, or a pulverized druid, but that's not bugged. It's just, overpower. It's just extremely strong, but it's like, or overtune, but so you see what I'm saying? So like the devs can't ever really keep up with enough content to satisfy busted builds, right? Hopefully the Abattoir of Zir might kind of put a little bit of like, cushion on some of those, broken things, where now those broken builds now have somewhere to go. And it's like, okay, so now they, these builds have something to do, but we don't really know to the extent of how far those builds can go. But if those builds can go much higher than anything that's not broken, well, then now you're pigeonholing the player base to be like, well, I want to do 0 level 25. Well, you can only do this with this build, and that's it. And that's gonna cause even more of a rift in people respecing builds or classes. Because I mean, at least right now, most builds can do almost all the content in the game, right? Like you don't have to use any broken bug builds to actually do any of the content in the game. Like all builds can do it, right? But there's going to be a certain point with Abattoir Zir where if you want to reach those last like 5 levels or whatever like that you have like maybe 2 or 3 choices maybe. So you guys see what I'm talking about? Like so like that's a hard problem for Blizzard to tackle. So you leave these things in the game, they're invalidating your content that you created for builds that aren't supposed to be broken. So but But I think at some point though, you know, if everything is too easy, people are going to naturally leave your game anyway. Like the people who love playing the really strong builds right now are not going to play the entire season. They'll jump in. I'm gonna say the entire season, but they won't play. They won't play a lot. They'll play just enough to get their fix for being incredibly OP, and then they'll log off because there's no challenge. There's nothing. There's no resistance. But yeah. Anyhow, that is my criticism right now of the way that Blizzard is handling the current state of the game in terms of bugs. I'll put it that way. There are things that I do like that they're doing for sure. How they're tackling the whole bug situation. I know they want to be the good guys right now, and it feels good to be the good guys right now, but I just think it has long-term ramifications for the short term. Yay, I love Blizzard type stuff right now. You need to establish a philosophy, be consistent with it, and stick with it. Right now, they don't have that when it comes to stuff like this, and it's pretty obvious. So, but yeah, I think everybody's. I mean, I think the points that people are making on stream, you know, are valid. I agree with most of what's being said. It's actually a good conversation because usually there's usually always like maybe one or two people that may not understand what I'm actually trying to say, and I would get attacked with, you know, you don't want people to have fun, you know, you're the fun Nazi. You don't care. You just want such and such. You know, you just want my class nerfed or my class ruined. Despite the fact that I speak about wanting to get Tobalt's Wolf fixed for like the longest, which affects my class and the builds I play. Right. But yeah, this has been a very how do I put this? A reasonable discussion, which is very rare on the internet. Very rare on the internet. So I appreciate y'all. All right, we're gonna go back to doing what I said I was gonna do, and that is work on the Maxwell guy stuff. So you guys won't be seeing any gameplay for a little bit, but it's okay. People are going to feel real bad once Ravenous disappears. I hardly ever used it myself. Like I put it in builds because I know people like having fun with it. But personally, like for me, I don't really too much care for it as much. But yes, I can understand that for sure. You just finished respecing for the barrage changes. Nice. It is because you stutter step constantly between hits. I mean, it's more so the fact that I don't really. So here's the thing. Because I like playing around imbuements. I just don't like casting when I don't have an imbuement, especially since I built so heavily around imbuements. So with more attack speed, more oftentimes I'm actually casting without an imbuement. So despite the fact that Ravenous is, still stronger, even if I am attacking without my imbuements, I don't like being in situations where I don't have an imbuement. Like if, I ran through my imbuement super quick because I was fighting this scenario, the next pack or next scenario I reach, if my shadow imbuement is still 6 seconds on cooldown, because I ran through all my cooldowns in the previous whatever, then all of a sudden now I don't have that potency of clearing or that potency or whatever at the start of that fight. I have to kind of wait until that becomes off a cooldown before I can manage that scenario better. So it's not so cut and dry. Like if you just play, if you just do it on like a training dummy, then there's never a case to never take Ravenous. But if you take a look at real case scenarios, sometimes, you know, it feels pretty bad to not have an imbuement if your build is based around imbuements. Am I using Hectic? Yes, but Hectic is like randomly picks a cooldown or picks a skill to do a cooldown. It's not going to always be an imbuement. So you can't rely on that as an always case scenario. Sometimes it'll pick my Shadow Step to you know, put off a cooldown. Sometimes it'll pick, you know, my Shadow Imbuement. Sometimes it'll pick my Smoke Grenade to get off cooldown. You see what I'm saying? So it's not like a always case scenario where it's like, oh, as you have Hectic, you're gonna always have your Bemis off cooldown. No, it's RNG. If you only have 2, yeah, but I have 4 cooldown skills, so Hectic has to pick between 4 different cooldowns, right? At least on my build. On my build, Hectic has to pick between 4 different cooldowns. So I could get incredibly lucky and it do just the imbuements and then I'm golden. Or I could be in a situation where I'm like, oh crap, it chose Shadow Step twice and then it chose Smoke Grenade once, and it's like crap. Now my other imbuements are still on cooldown. So for the Oxide, Windforce, Rapid Fire plus Pin Shot be good with closer or Victimize. Closer is still better. Close quarters combat is still better. That's how bad Victimize is. Even with that amount of lucky hit chance where you can permanently proc Victimize because you have 400% lucky hit chance, it's still not better than close quarters combat. Are there any wiggle room in the skill tree to set up for your builds? Well, yeah, you can always change stuff out. Like if you don't like, let's say if you don't like Smoke Grenade on Barrage, you can always change it for something else. Like that kind of thing. Do I have a build in mind for Abattoir? No. Because no one knows how Abattoir is going to be. So we don't know. It's hard to prepare for something you don't know. All you can do is, can my build handle all the scenarios in the current game? If the answer is yes, then you take that scenario into Abattoir of Zir and see how it performs, and then you make adjustments from there. But you literally cannot build for Abattoir of Zir because no one knows what that is. All we know is that it's very hard. That is it. We don't know why it's hard. We don't know if it's because it's more damage. We don't know if it's because they have way more hit points. We don't know if they have special modifiers that we've never seen before. We don't know if there's like, you know, additional like stuff like, you know, the longer you're in, the more damage over time you take. Like there's a lot of things we don't know about it. Right? Is it PvP? No. We know that it's not PvP. We definitely know that it is PvE. So anyhow, I need to. All right, so the Barrage Endgame Rogue is done. I did make a couple of adjustments in terms of where you pick your resistances. Like for instance, I took off the damage to close or damage from close enemies and just did shadow resistance here, so I can do 2 skulls here because I want to be able to cap out my armor. At least for the T100 content, right? So able to cap out the armor at 13,480 without disobedience. Now for Abattoir Zir, though, it is very likely that you'll have to try to get rid of elements for disobedience, just because we don't know, you know, just because there might be a case scenario where you might need more armor than you currently have. But right now we don't know, so it's kind of like. Why the skulls and weapons? Because every other gem sucks. And weapons. Like seriously, it sucks. Crit damage is no longer multiplicative, so putting crit damage in your weapons makes it just you won't even know you have them in your weapons. They weren't that great before, but they're like terrible now. Now the only decent gems would be the overpower gems are actually pretty good if you are built around overpower, of course. And of course the damage over time gems are actually okay if you build around a dot. But if you're not building around either one of them, you might as well just go skulls. Like seriously, like the skulls are better better value despite the fact that it's still very low values. There's goals and gen. No, he's talking about weapons. Oh yeah, and also yeah, I forgot diamonds for ultimate skills. Yes, if you're doing an ultimate build, yes. But yeah, skulls if you're doing a very like a generic damage build. So your resistances are still hurting. Well, take a look. If you take a look at the planner, take a look at the planner. So I think it's already up there. See, I'm already maxed out on all resistances here while still having skulls and the jury. You want 3 resistances here. Take 1 resistance on the chest. Take 1 on the helm. And then as long as those resistances are high enough, you can literally go straight skulls in your jury, which is going to allow you to reach this cap or, you know, a decent armor cap without even needing disobedience at all, which frees up an aspect. Am I going to revise Flare to be back to triple imbue? Most likely, yeah. I was thinking about that a lot today. Sorry, since I had that philosophy last season because the way imbuement scale, such as crit damage with abuse. Yeah, that used to be really big. Now the damage buff isn't as big. It's more so the scenarios, I think, for me. Like if I'm playing Flurry, for example, right? Like Flurry has a very hard time clearing a room if you do not have Shadow Imbue up at the start of the pack. Or Poison with X-File or whatever. So like if you ever engage a pack and you're imbuement off cooldown, you may not do terrible damage, but you're you're gonna have to jump around a lot until some of your imbuements are off of cooldown. And so like that feels bad. Like those scenarios feel bad. And generally speaking, I'm 1 or 2 shotting things anyway. So like the extra attack speed is like it feels good on like a boss, like really good on a boss. But throughout the riff, I guess because I'm always constantly moving and repositioning anyways, I'm not just standing in one spot firing at, you know, all of my, you know, whatever's, because barrage requires good positioning. Of course, you know, rapid fire requires good positioning. Pin shot definitely requires good positioning. I'm always looking for the best spot to stand before casting something, generally. In which at that point, you're not really using your attack speed to its fullest when you do that. So you might get less shots off a second for sure, but that one shot that you took would be in a better position to do more damage, to clear better because you chose a better positioning. At least that's the way that I look at it. That's actually why I tend to do really well with barrage. And some people will say, I don't know how you clear a barrage. I'm like, well, I definitely pick my positionings very carefully when I'm playing barrage. It looks like I might just be just firing some, you know, at mid range, but I think about that every engagement. Is Flurry single target not as good this season? It's definitely better this season, especially if you're using the to boss wall, you'll be fine. Honestly, on single target. All right, so anyhow, I'm gonna keep this up real quick. So this is the barrage planner, and I need to go on the back end. WordPress to finish up the rest of the stuff. So I'll just do it by build. Where's my authn? Remind me asking, does the skulls and weapons thing, do you think also apply to wizards? You mean sword? I think that having a little bit of life left over in some case scenarios would be better for the average individual than the 48% crit damage. Because if you're fighting a bunch of things and you get jumped and you kill some things, you know, you do see your life globe actually move. And that little bit of life could probably save your life versus the 48% crit damage, which would have technically done literally nothing in that case scenario. So generally on the max roll guys, I prefer to do the skulls because there's actually, you know, a case scenario where it could matter versus the 48% will literally never matter for the average individual. Now, of course, if you just want to min-max your damage, you know, throw emeralds in there, you know, call it a day. But I mean, min-maxing your damage is like very, 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 very small. You just want to feel, you know, maybe 4% stronger than you did at like on like, you know, on like a good day. All right, so right now I'm going to, now that I did all my updates with Barrage on the planner, I need to go and do that on the back end. To Undying just gives so much more health back. I suppose I wouldn't notice at all. Didn't have Undying. Well, I mean, when you're in a big, like generally speaking, like I look at it this way. The average individual, if they're getting jumped by a lot of sources, will most likely panic. And there's a lot of things that, you know, that are coming at them. So like when there's like 10, 12, 14 mobs attacking you and you're kind of just standing there just trying to kill them all, then you're going to notice some, like a little bit of increase in life. And that's going to make you feel better. It's going to make you feel like you're in a better position to do so. I'm not saying Undying ain't great because it definitely is. I'm just saying versus relative to the crit gems, you will never, the average person will not see the 2 to 4% benefit, where you actually will see the slight benefit in the skulls. Now, if we're talking about like a seasoned player or whatever like that, different story. Like, but if I'm writing this for someone who's never played and wants to look at a guide, the skulls will, ironically enough, as hilarious as it is, will have more value than the emeralds would, even if that value is still extremely small. Like it's not meant for like the skulls and the weapons are not meant for like, you know, like a Woody Joe player or Rax Andrax player or you or Peacha, you know, like most people in the chat, people who play a lot, right? Like it's not, that choice isn't meant for those kind of players. Honestly, I still have skulls in my weapons because I tend to forget to change them out. I actually had some damage over time gems in my weapons earlier without any dot skills because I just forgot to change them out. Because it just didn't matter at the end of the day. But yeah. All right. So sorry you guys can't see what I'm looking at right now. All you see is the planner. I can't show you the back end. I'm not allowed to do that. Let me also make sure I change some things here. Cursed. Yeah, I have a cursed touch this time around. In order to make that work, though, I don't even have I don't have Ravenous in here at all. I really can't fit Ravenous without taking out Hectic, though. A Cursed Touch means I can drop Exploit. But you kind of, like, you have, like with Barrage, you have to have a vulnerable. Not because you want the damage, but because you want the ricochets. So you need to have a source of vulnerable. Like a big source of vulnerable, whether it's Exploit or whether it's a Cursed Touch. Cursed Touch is better, and it saves you from having to put a pretty shitty glyph in your Paragon board. It also means that you have to give up a vampiric power for it. And all of these are good. Prayer of the Week seems like it's one of the things you can remove, but being able to have enemies vulnerable because they're cursed, because of a cursed touch, is almost necessary. Resilience is, without temerity, I feel like resilience is important. So I mean, Hectic is really the only thing I can give up for that. What's up with Overpower? That's so busted right now. It's just Overtune. It's Overtune. It's way strong. It's extremely strong. Stronger than I think the devs intended it to be. But it's not bugged. It's just that was just how it's tuned. And I guess the player base figured out what to do. It's like, oh, if I do this, do that, and then I do this, and then I hit that button, and then I push this button, then the entire universe explodes. And that's like what happened. Whereas the devs testing was probably be a little bit different in that sense, where it's like, oh, well, I didn't think that, I didn't see this combination of things happening, when we buffed Overpower or whatnot. And yeah, that's kind of what it is. That's legit literally what it is. There's nothing bugged about it. It's just like, it's just overtuned. You should do a video, Zario. You should do a video on the topic, man. You should do a video on it. I think I'll leave all the skill choices the same, though. I don't think I'll change out any of the skill choices here or why I'm doing what I'm doing, but I will change out the aspects, though. I have to put. Oh, by the way, for a heads up, in the Barrage build, there is no branching volleys. So no branching volleys at all whatsoever. Actually, considering that I have rapid and I have accelerating here, I guess I could literally just not worry about Ravenous then, because that is already a lot of attack speed. So I guess I could go back to Hectic then, and it'd be fine, because I do have accelerating here. I think I'll do Ravenous for everything else, but generally speaking, there's never really enough spots to be able to take rapid and accelerating without giving up something extremely important at the same time. Whereas since branching volleys, well, sucks, we can afford to do that here. Yeah, branching volleys is just okay, so I'll put it this way. Branching volleys was one of those aspects that I've left in the build, usually back in preseason and season 1, because there really weren't any other good choices. It was like the last slot, and it's like, might as well put this on here. It won't hurt to have it there, but now in season 2 we have better options, and it's kind of like mess up on that Moonrise for a Curse Touch, yeah. And then I no longer take the Exploit glyph, which is a big thing, because you don't really want the Exploit glyph anyway. The only reason why you want it was because of the vulnerable, like to apply vulnerable. Since a Curse Touch does it better, with you know, prey on the weak. Um, it's just obviously a better choice there. And you get a better glyph at the same time, but you do have to give up a vampiric power to do it though. So hold on, let me change some stuff in the guys here. We're gonna take a cursed. Oh, I don't even have even a cursed touch as a alternative on the Maxwell guide. Oh man, okay. We're gonna have to fix that. Okay, embeds. Let's see. Wait, why would I load my whatchamacallits? Oh, because we took them out. That's why. I just realized that. All right, so vampiric powers. Go with a cursed touch. Place that from Moonrise. Important for my curse. And turn ball with prey on the weak. And this is necessary for barrage. Shit. Do I have a cheat sheet? A cheat sheet for what exactly? You mean like a unique boss cheat sheet? Like that kind of stuff, or a build guide cheat sheet? If only, right? Okay, so that's updated. This is updated. To boss will, close quarters, all that's good. There. Paragon board has been updated. I gotta change the glyphs out. That's right. Exploit. What did I put instead? Oh, control. No, I have control over it already. Oh yeah, combat. It's interesting. Like, you mean like you mean like a side list for builds? I have it all in my planner. Like I have like all of my stuff is in one ginormous planner. Like, see this right here? Like all of this here. These are all my like most of these are like the max roll builds, pretty much. But yes, this is technically my cheat sheet here. You want to kind of put it that way. I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, the combat glyph. The order which I would level them. I probably would level it second still. I probably just put it in the same spot that exploit was in. Combat is actually underrated. Like, for one, they did give a pretty high value on the crit damage, but it also depends on how much you crit. So there is a thing there. I think with rapid fire and barrage, you do crit quite often because of the passives that come along with both of those skills. So you crit quite often. But the big thing too is that secondary. You know, it doesn't seem like you like when of course when you're attacking faster, your resources kind of become can become more problematic. Or whatnot. And they have the two boss will to kind of get your resources back. But man, when you're fighting a boss or whatever like that, and you kind of just want to stay on top for a little bit, combat helps a lot. Well, relative to not having it. All right, so we're gonna replace exploit with combat. So we did that on both of these. I have to go back and update the stat progression. Also the aspects too. Unlock the following aspects in your Codex of Power. No, I don't need to do that, but we do need to get farming aspects though. So we need to get the. Do I have the accelerating aspect down here? I do not. I have to go put that there. Thanks for letting me do this on stream, y'all. By the way, this saves me a ton of time. But feel free to ask me anything while I'm doing this. You figure out how to turn off your Discord notifications to get annoyed. Mute the channel or mute certain channels or certain parts of the Discord stuff. I do a video if I can figure out exactly how it works. At the end of the day, I think Blizzard just programmed it to do more damage. Well, that's the thing, Zario. Instead of just doing one, like if you don't know exactly how it works, then just make it a series. Make it a series. Here's part 1. Figuring out what the hell is going on with this dot damage, because I'm sure everyone wants to know. Everyone really wants to try to figure it out. So start a series. And the more you figure out, continue the series and until you crack the case. I think that'd be kind of fun to kind of like, go through and be like, it's work though. I mean, I'm well aware it is definitely work to make videos like that. So I just think I just personally think just with the amount of people wanting wondering what the hell's going on, that I think it would do pretty well for you, and you'd be like the right guy for something like that. How did you get hooked up with Maxroll? Did they approach you or did you approach them? Maxroll usually finds you. They have a need, and then they go, who can fill that need? And then they go search, or they go ask the people who are already on the team, hey, do you think, who do you think would be a good fit for whatever? And then people are like, oh, well, maybe this person. Let's go talk to this person. So they go out and they find what they need. Very rarely, I think anyone ever goes to Maxroll, like, approaches Maxroll and like gets on the team because of that. It's just usually not how that works. So it's not like an open interview process kind of thing. Maxroll already knows what they want, what they're looking for, and they go out and they find the need. So I actually got on Maxroll a year ago. Actually, it's been a year now. I initially got on Maxroll as resource. So like I was doing like the world boss guides, the elite affixes guide, Legion's guide, like more of the resource post stuff. I wasn't even doing anything on Rogue. And then all of a sudden, Northward decided that he wanted to use Sork, and we were, hurting for Sork, creators at the time for, the main Sork. So that left Woody Joe by himself on Rogue, and I think Rudy Joe was fine doing it by himself initially, until I think he realized how much work it actually was to do, because to do the D4 guides and versus the D3 guys are way different, right? We can you can guesstimate the amount of work it takes to do it, but until you actually do it, it's different, right? So that's kind of what it was, So Woody was going to do it by himself initially, and then I think people just realized that it's just way too much for him to try to do all the different rogue guys by himself, and also stream to, at the time, 40,000 people, at launch or whatever, right? Like he needed to be in the forefront like that to do what he was doing. So that's how I ended up taking over some of the rogue stuff from Woody. And it worked out because Woody tends to play more of the melee assassin type rogue. I tend to play more of the bow stuff. So it literally, complemented each other. And it's like, I'll take over the things I play anyway. Except Flurry. Flurry was a request. I was approached to take over Flurry, and I was like, okay. So all right, so I think I'm gonna have to update the early game stuff too, right? Okay, so I have Combination, Harlequins, Grasp of Shadow, Tobias Will. Actually, I think they remove the Grasp of Shadow since we're not gonna use that anymore. Farming for that. All right, so let's take a look at the. So this is the end game. Let's go to Barrage early game. I don't think I need to do anything with Paragon. Well, I guess we're never going to use this Paragon board for that anyway. So this is old school. So we'll just stick with the skill tree and the equipment part of this. Make sure all this is where it needs to be. Accelerating. I have accelerating on both. Oof. Okay. This ring is also using Barrage in-game, Barrage with Rogue Uniques. This one is only used here. Okay, so we can change this to, we'll do Vengeful. Because why not? Okay, so this is without the uniques. Like everything else applies. I guess we could do branching volleys here. But I just want to just legit just get rid of it, period, on Barrage builds. I don't want to confuse people. So we'll update profile here. And then we'll go to Barrage leveling. So Barrage at 50. Actually, why do I actually have dash for Barrage at 50? Oh, because I'm transitioning from early game to mid game. I think it is. Barrage early game, you want that. No, early game, I still got dash in here. Why don't I have dash in here? Let me make sure I got this right. Barrage end game. Okay, yeah, Shadow Step. All right, so Guess we need to change the skills. Surprised no one's that pinged me in the thing to tell me about this. I'm missing 1 point somewhere. I don't have precision there. Oh, wait. That's what it is. That's what it is. Okay. Okay. Update profile. Oh, wait, I have 1 point left. Now we need this because we don't have to boss for it yet. So we need that for energy. Also, that. You're blasting now. Is it feeling good, Shark? Hope the updates the updated stuff should make you feel a bit better than before. Good to know. At least now we have a testimonial. We should totally do that on like the Max Show guys, right? Like just have like testimonials at like the bottom. Like, you know how we have like the facts section, we should have testimonials underneath. Shark Cohen says, I said the following to these changes, or with this build. What's the realistic max plus level you can accomplish with your barrage build? Can you break that down for me a bit? When you said max plus level, what do you mean? Are you talking about like nightmare dungeon like stuff, or? Oh, I mean, you can farm T100s with this. Like legit just go and play T100s. Like the only thing is you have to be careful with positioning when you shadow step, so therefore you don't get yourself in a bad situation. But I mean, in terms of damage wise, you'll basically 1 rotation or 2 rotation entire screens basically. I mean, when I play, I only play T100s on stream with, or at least 95 plus or whatever I have in my inventory. But yeah, T100s is pretty easy. Sorry if I offended, but what's the difference between max icy veins and Max Show? That's not really an offense, actually. I've been following Max Shows for years, and now you said you keep seeing icy veins. Well, I mean, obviously there is difference between the two. But for one, Max Show is considered a company. We're not like a website, right? We're not a website. We're an actual company. Max Show has taken itself very seriously since the beginning, the very, very beginning. So Max Show has a reputation for quality, you know, and a very high level of work from day one since they released. So Maxwell is very popular because it's been trusted since day one with the type of work that Maxwell puts into it. And so all of his creators put in a ton of work to make sure that the quality on Maxwell is what you see. Icy Veins, on the other hand, it is a site. But in terms of like, let's say back in Diablo 3, they didn't really take it as seriously initially. It was, but at the same time, it's a lot of work. Like, it's a lot of work to do those sites, period. Like, it's a lot more work than it seems. So some sites just don't want to put forth, appreciate the follow, Monkey. Some sites just don't want to put forth the amount of effort and work while working full-time jobs to create said polish that you see on Maxroll. So like Icy Veins in D3 was at some points considered a joke because they just didn't take themselves seriously. In Diablo 4, they've actually got some really good creators on their site to get a better reputation, to put out better content for the site. They picked up LexiU, which is an excellent pickup. Action Aaron Action RPG is a good pickup too as well. They've really decided we're going to be serious in this space. But the problem sometimes with that is because you weren't serious at the start, it's hard to gain that people back to trust you as a site per se, because initially you didn't take your own self as seriously at the beginning. So in my opinion, I think Icy Veins is actually doing pretty good work right now. I think it's just difficult for them to get the footing that they may like to, because they started off as not as serious. Now their PoE branch has always been kind of serious or good. Like they've had a really good PoE branch. Icy Veins is a really strong WoW community. Yes, that's also true, right? But when it comes to Diablo 4, they're not there yet, but they've taken it a bit more seriously. But yeah, Icy Veins didn't take all of their branches as seriously, whereas Maxroll takes every one of the branches seriously. Whether it's Diablo 4, whether it's Lost Ark, whether it's PoE, whether it's Diablo 3, whether it's Diablo 2, everything gets the same standard. Torchlight, everything gets the exact same standard, no matter what. So Maxroll came in late to the game, but they came in with, we're gonna throw a bunch of quality at you, like from the get go. Like that's just what we're gonna do, and that's what Maxroll did. So, with that being said, I don't think that Icy Veins has terrible builds or anything like that. I think they're actually doing. They're doing pretty good, and definitely better than where they were before in the past. How are the boss fights with Barrage? As long as you're using Tobalt's Will, the boss fights are extremely quick. Getting those combo points up, it's quick, it's fast. Like you'll be able to take on the T100 boss in like 5 seconds or whatever. Or a Lilith fight. You can pretty much one rotation, almost 2 rotation Lilith if you want to with Barrage. So definitely the single target is there. So you feel like most of the shots miss. You have to be on top of them. You have to shotgun them. If you shoot from a distance, yeah, you're gonna miss. But with Barrage for single target, you have to shotgun all the arrows. It's what makes Barrage interesting, because it's like a hybrid, right? It's you can do well with AoE and you can do well with single target, but you have to be in the right position to do it. Like with AoE, you really need to be like mid range so you can get all of your arrows to kind of cover like the area that you're fighting. And then for a single target, you have to be on top of them to make sure all the arrows hit. I would say Mobalytics is more of a competitor if we talk about build specifically, but I wouldn't really compare. Mobalytics is definitely came in the game strong. They came in the game strong. They did muscle the themselves into the game. So I actually think the website looks pretty good too as well. Like just the looks of it. I like the way it looks personally. But like there's still a difference of there's still a little bit of a difference between what we do and like what they do. Although again, not talking bad about any, particular site. I just know because I've been approached by certain sites before in the past, and of course I rolled with Max Roll at the end of the day. But I have an idea of like the inner workings of most of the sites there, so I do have a little bit more insider info when it comes to stuff like that. But I would never like talk bad about a site though, because those things are like doing a site or a website is a ton of work. So I just appreciate people who are willing to put forth that work to help out the player base. You got a gurgling head. Do you guys think you know more about the game than the developers? I mean, I would say if we're talking about every little detail, I would say that's impossible. But I can tell you that the player base, players can find out more interactions than the developers can, because there's a lot more of us and very few of them relative to comparison. So the player base ends up figuring out more interactions and things and bugs that they may not have discovered or thought about, because there's thousands towards upwards of millions of people that play the game, right? So we're bound to find things that they don't naturally. Actually, no, let me not do that. Let me just keep it the way it was. Because this is coming from the leveling guy, so I kind of want to keep this the way it was. I do need to change the stats here though. But the devs make stuff and say, let's see what the kids can do with this. I mean, as much as it's easy to think that the devs oftentimes have no idea what they're doing. Like, it's easy to say that, they actually do go in and they actually test things and they actually try and things. But you got to remember that, what they thought was going to be good or might be good, it's going to be different than what we do, because they spend more time developing and maybe not nearly as much time grinding like we do. Like, we play a hell of a lot more than the developers can possibly play, because they have to work on the game. Naturally, we're going to find things that they don't. Naturally, we're going to see interactions that they don't. So as annoying as these things can be, it's like, why couldn't they figure this out? Why couldn't they see this? Or, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, we all get annoyed by that, even I do sometimes. But at the same time, it's like, there's a lot more of us, and our only responsibility is to play the game. Like, we're not working on the game, behind the scenes. So we can literally just jump in and not have to worry about if this works or, looking at certain things about the game. We can just play the game as is. So we are going to find those things, and more often than they are going to be able to. Does that make sense? So I mean, I would never say that a player knows more about the game than the developers, no matter how much it may feel that the devs don't understand what's going on. I don't think that that's realistic to say. But we do discover more interactions eventually than they may have thought was possible. That is true. Okay, so barrage at level 50, we'll leave that again alone. Early end game, we'll kind of keep it like this. Umbrus goes, yeah, here. We won't have the elements aspect on the early end game part of it. We kind of do need disobedience early on. All right, so I think all this, for the most part, can remain the same. All right, let me go back to the back end stuff you guys can't see. Let me update real quick. Just saw the Windforce YouTube and came over here. Is the planner out for it yet? Kind of. I say kind of because I haven't updated the back end part of it yet. But if you want on the penetrating shot road guide, in-game guide, the paper doll should be up for it. So if you want to look at the paper doll as well as the wait a minute, the Paragon board is not updated for it yet. Hold on. It's basically going to be exactly the same Paragon board as Barrage. So let me copy. So yeah, if you want to take a look at it now, I'm gonna oops, hold on. Okay, so let's import, edit, X out this, rename this as in-game, and then delete this, and then boom, I think I got everything. Yep, cool. All right, with that being said, let's update. All right, so yeah, if you want, even though I haven't, the stuff is not written in the back end, like the written, like actual written changes, but if you just want to look at the paper doll or whatever, and look at the aspects and stuff that has switched around a little bit with the Windforce, you can do that now. So this is up to date. The skill tree should also be up to date because I don't think anything changes here. Actually, yeah, no, we're good. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, so skill tree, the whatchamacallit, paper doll, and the Paragon board should all be updated. So if you just want to take a look at that and you don't care about reading the rest of the stuff, you just want to see what this is now, it's there now with the Windforce. You're welcome. Can appreciate the follow. Blizzard has a monster sized QA team. They do, but you also got to remember that like the QA, I mean the QA team isn't like, you know, 150 racks like rack Santraxes, right? Like you know, like the QA team is like, they're not that they're not doing their job obviously, but someone who plays the game in a very particular way like Rack Santrax does is not going to be on the QA team. Like you're not going to find a guy like that or many people who are like that for these type of things, right? Because you can't, there's just not enough time in the world to do it, right? Like Rax couldn't do what he does. Like if he was working at Blizzard and he was never a streamer or whatnot, he would never have the knowledge or the ability to get the feedback that he does now if all he did was work at Blizzard on the QA team. It's impossible. So there's just not enough time to be that type of gamer and have the kind of understanding of the game and the audience you play because of the fact that he's a content creator versus the QA team. You see what I'm saying? So like you can say, yeah, they have a massive QA team, that's fair, but it's like it's still there's way more people than even just the QA team that we're gonna find, and like they're not, or they may know, they may have found these things, but they just couldn't put it in a particular patch or whatever, because maybe they're waiting to put it into a different patch or a different whatever. They just couldn't put everything into one thing. So there's some things there that goes into that. Just give you a bit of insight into development teams and mechanics. I work for 4 teams. Typically, devs create QA, then test and kicks back multiple times. At a certain point, execs and management will start to tighten down as deadlines approach. Once that happens, is when things slip through the cracks, or you have to be willing to purposely let things slide through. Did you have a? I see. Okay. Did you have a meeting or something to figure out the Paragon board? No. Basically, if we do have standards, right? Like we have standards in terms of what the guides should look like, what should be in them, you know, the template or whatever like that. So that's why like all the guides have follow a very specific template, right? But past that point, you know, the Paragon board stuff is usually trusted with the class specialist usually. Now sometimes the other specialists will take a look at it, like, you know, maybe Woody will have me look at his Paragon board, or he might look at my Paragon board, et cetera, et cetera. But very rarely, I mean, it's more of a, we hired you on Maxroll because we know that you know what you're doing and that you know how to min max. So, you know, obviously, like what I'm doing right now with the Paragon board, me min maxing again and repositioning the things that, you know, it's going to squeak out every little piece of damage you possibly can, as well as armor, because people can tend to forget the armor nodes, because that's very important. So we're generally trusted to do that. The only time where like let's say someone else will step in or other people will step in is if there's like a lot of people, you know, in the Maxroll Discord that gives feedback and saying, oh man, you know, I was trying to play this build, but man, the Paragon board is all scuff. And then like they get like 20, 30, 40 tickets of people saying the exact same thing. Then it's kind of like, all right, let's go look at your Paragon board and see if it's all right. Usually if it's something like that, it's because a bug happened or something just didn't show up or something. But rarely ever is because someone just completely botched the Paragon board or something, like a specialist. Boss Pat, appreciate the follow. And Zero, what's going on, man? Sorry, this is more of a chillax, laid back, chill with the music type stream. I'm updating guides right now, so at least I'm trying to. Okay, I gotta double see. It's like right now I'm going through the guide, and I have to like double check everything, triple check everything because I made changes like throughout the entire guide. Things or aspects that may no longer be in the guide or be in the new update stuff. Gotta make sure it doesn't show up in the guide. Stuff happens, but we try our best to like not, you know. But yeah. Use, okay, I found one. Here we go. Okay, use aspect of elements for burst damage, especially on bosses. It's in there picking the brain. Yeah, man, all good. I don't mind the talk. Oof. Oh man, I gotta redo the stat priority sheet. Oh man, that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. Okay. Um. All right. I guess we'll just go at it. Here we go. Delete. Um. Aspect of my. Okay, I gotta delete the disobedience. I guess I could keep it there because it can be a choice. Now I'm gonna have to add the Umbrus, don't I? Yep. Because now I have to change out the Umbrus for elements. Then we gotta do Elm. Really should just leave the edge shrouding aspect out of it. I don't think we're gonna ever use that. Like in a reasonable spot. Okay. Oh, sure. Branching volleys. We need to get the and only on the amulet, really. Glyph leveling priority list still has exploit. Yes. So everything. So yeah. So everything on the written part of the guide I haven't updated yet. So I haven't pushed the update yet button. I'm on the back end right now about so I've changed that on the back end right now, but I haven't hit update yet because I have to change the rest of the guide still. If that makes sense. So I haven't pushed it through yet. Like pushing it through on the back end is different than pushing it through on the planar that you see. I gotta make sure that I that all of this is correct before I push through the back end. Because some major bad things can happen if I don't do that. For sure. uh Potion capacity. Uh and I'm at the key in these things. Potion capacity. Damage reduction. Close in enemies. What's the third stat on the Tibolts? Damage and then max resource. Let's see. Percent damage. And then maximum resources. Also, the stat sheet is probably the easiest place um to mess up stuff. There's so much stuff in it. Okay, corruption, rapid accelerating. some of the guys say checked by so and so. Yeah, there is. So like, you say it's just for Windforce. Um, this is I'm actually doing the barrage one right now, but the planner, like the paper doll um and the Paragon board, is already like updated. But the back end, like the wording, all the like the actual guide wording and stuff is not updated yet. But the paper doll is. The paper doll and the skill tree and the Paragon board is already updated on Maxroll for the penetrating shot build. At least that part of it is. Right now is me going back and like doing that other longer time work, I guess you could say. But since they have multiple teams, probably there's another team working on a season 3 patch. Yeah, there's a team working on season 3 right now, and probably a team working on season 4. Well, sorry, let me phrase that. Team working on season 3 right now, and then a team working on the expansion. Is there any overpower build on Rogue? Technically, yes, but there's really no need to do it. It's literally just to like bop a world boss like in one shot or whatever. But it's like it's a very niche build that only works for that one scenario, and that's just to kill a boss. It's funny to see someone who don't know who Woody is. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's certainly possible, but Woody Joe's for the longest time has been considered the face of Diablo 4, especially like towards the beginning of the game, like when he was racing to 100 hardcore solo or whatever. He was legit had the most views out of anyone else. Like it almost wasn't even close. But yeah, Woody Joe's a veteran of the series, very good player, very good theory crafter, and well respected in the community. Do you really run to bots in Grass or Shadow? Not Grass or Shadow anymore. I took that off. But end tag if you want. Do this. End tag. Do this real quick since I'm already updating now. Do this. So if you look on the barrage guide right now, even though the word like some of the words in the guides isn't updated yet, but if you go on the guide right now, it should have the updated planner with all the stuff, which should also help you cap like the planner, the skill tree, which doesn't really, I don't think it really got any updates to skill tree, but the Paragon board did. And if you do it correctly based on what you see in the skill tree, you should have, as you see over here, the resistance is capped, right? And then you should also be capped at your armor, which is 13,480. Right now, right now all you really need is 13,3 for T100, but you get the point. Uber Uniques planner. I did. I'm pretty sure I did. See, barrage with Uber Uniques. Not the Paragon board, obviously, because you're not going to look at that. You're not going to see that in the guide. But literally, the only thing you would do is just add the Harlequin crest helm. That's it. I mean, if you want to throw a Doombringer, you can, but you don't have to. It's still poison. No, not the skill tree. Are you talking about the paper doll? I guess speaking of which, I shouldn't have the Grass of Shadow here. That's also very true. Let me fix that real quick. It should be that. Yeah, that's it. Everything else should be the same. You said the imbuements in the planner. It's kind of weird because on the site it should just be. Hold on. Let me see where. I honestly not quite sure what you're referring to. So let me check myself. Oh, you mean the paper doll? Yeah, I just fixed that part. Yeah, I realized that. All right, so let's take a look. Let's go down to this is where I'm at right now in the back end that you don't see yet. So all this is not fixed yet, but it's about to be. Uber uniques, yeah. So there it is. It's fixed there. Yeah, everything is where it should be. Well, except for I don't know why Dash is there. Why is Dash there? Weird. Okay. All right, now everything else is good though. Yeah, let me fix that though. Yeah. I guess I just copied the whatchamacallit. Like all this right here doesn't matter because you're not going to see that, but you will see this. So whatever the reasoning why I don't have the whatchamacallit is strange. So we'll just do that. Move that. Hit this. Because you're not going to see anything else besides that. But it still shows up in the whatchamacallit, which is weird. All right. Let's refresh. Uber uniques. There it is. Okay, so we're good. All right. Poison build is good for boss killing. Everything seems to be built around puncture. Well, I mean, you can do anything really. The game is really not hard right now. It's in the, especially with things that are really strong or bugged, like to boss will. I mean, nothing is really tough right now. On your rogue. So I mean, you don't really necessarily need poison. You know what I mean? Like there are poison builds, don't get me wrong, and they perform well. I think they'll do better like they'll do better when the Abattoir of Zir comes out because I would assume the mobs would be tankier. So that's gonna give poison more time to ramp up. So I think poison builds would actually be in a better place. Not that they're in a bad place right now, but they'll be even better come Abattoir Zero. He said, but geared for Uber unique hunting. Well, yeah, but I mean the stuff as long as you have to boss will, like the Uber bosses die or Durio dies in what? Like 3 or 4 rotations. Like it's not like these bosses still die in seconds whether you use poison or not. I mean, but do what you want though, right? Do exactly what you want to do. I'm just telling you that if you still want to kill bosses, you don't have to do poison if you don't want to. If you like poison, stick with it. For sure, don't change it. Right? You can still farm Uber uniques without it. I do. Rapid fire definitely doesn't need poison. Barrage doesn't need poison either. Just do a couple of rotations and the boss is dead. They're definitely pushovers for the most part. How's a Windforce pin shot build do on boss damage? I mean, you will use rapid fire in that case scenario. So the pin shot build has pin shot and rapid fire together. So you would just use rapid fire when you're fighting a boss. And because you'll be using to boss will and you have a bunch of arrows, you're gonna basically delete the boss anyway. So, and pin shot is basically for everything else. What room would you replace for exploit? As I noticed, it says upgrade exploit to 21 second. Combat. I'm in the process of updating the backend right now. I haven't pushed it through yet because there's still things I have to change. So, but yes, I'm making sure that everything happens the way that it needs to. Oh, chess. Almost forgot. Yeah. So we're gonna do shadow reduction, shadow resistance here, or whatever you can roll single resist, obviously. And we'll do close damage reduction on this. Appreciate the follows, y'all. Sorry that you guys can only see the planner right now, or the planners. I'm working on the back end of Maxwell right now, which I can't like show y'all. I'm not allowed to show y'all. So okay. Enhanced resource. Boots are good. Amulet ranks to exploit, cooldown reduction, movement speed. I'm missing something here. Armor. What in the world? Why don't I have armor here? Oh, because I had disobedience at first. That's right. Percent armor. Should be on my helm too. Let me double check. It is. Okay, we're good. So armor. Rings. Nothing should change here. Appreciate the follow. I need to get rid of branching volleys though. No branching volleys. Yeah, hardcore adjustments, don't need to do that. Speed farming, I think all that still remains the same. Everything is up. Rare dungeons. Everything looks like it's been updated there. For uniques, we just went over that, so I know that one's good. Oh, I gotta change the gem slots on the on the jury. So it's gonna be Royal Skull for all of them because it just makes things a lot easier that way. Yeah, so I think all of those are good. Okay, we're towards the end of the guide. We almost got Barrage updated in the back end. You glad that my bills and guides are free? Are you saying I should charge for the guides? Is that what you? No, I'm just kidding. How many screens I'm working with? Just two, but I have like a pretty like a 27-inch screen, but I have it vertical on this side in portrait mode. But they're both really good monitors. Yeah, I need to add a fax in this section now though, because people are going to whoops. Can't block recovery. Copy. Paste. Oh, it won't let me. It's weird. I wonder if they let me add another one in the accordion. I don't want to screw things up. Let's see. Edit. Oh, duplicate. There we go. Did it. All right, cool. That works. Oof, I almost did not know what I was doing there. uh, why is branching volleys no longer? I should just do a one more answer. It sucks. I mean, it's the truth, but all right. I'm gonna have to expand on that. Volleys. It was an aspect that was in as a filler that before more uniques and aspects used. Now that we have the option drop branch always as it barely added. So is the worst supporting worst aspect for words. Definitely needs a buff. Okay. Mechanics, potency, barrage, points, elements of aspects. All right, change log. Almost done with barrage, guys. Almost. Add new item. Updated aspects to include aspects of elements. Wow. Always. This is 100. Updated Paragon board for damage output and armor overall. What else did I do? Updated aspects, updated Paragon board. It's kind of really the main things. this results in more damage over. And to prepare for with our, let me spell that correctly. 0. Hold on, let me make sure I get that right. I janked that entire spelling. But arrange some stat priorities due to the above. There's a pinch shot rapid fire guide updated with Windforce. The planner is so like the paper doll and the Paragon board is. But like the rest of the written part of the guide is not yet. But if you just want to look at the planner, like the paper doll with the stats and the aspects and the Windforce or whatever, you can go ahead and do that now. Like that part is already updated. Let's see. Okay, I think all the barrage stuff is done. The pin shot might take a little longer to do, but that's next in terms of the back end. By the way, we'll probably drop Ranger. When the new glyph comes out. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. This is not good. All right. Well, let me copy. All right, this is a problem. There's gotta be someone in the next room approving all this stuff. Someone to proofread this stuff before you post it, or they have to do it myself. When it's just editing, it's a little bit different. Like if you're writing from scratch or whatever, that's one thing. But if you're kind of just if you're just kind of making edits, generally it's fine. But if you're doing like a massive rework or anything like that, then yeah, you will want somebody to go over with you. Are you kidding me? Come on, don't do this to me. Something in the cache is not working correctly. So all of my updates is not going through. Fortunately. How do I want to do this without losing all my work? I wish Dread was here. Actually, I guess I can ask somebody who might still be up. Like he's streaming. Yeah, let me go ask somebody before I touch anything else. Oh, Dread's eyes up. Say text and notepad. Well, the problem is that there's a lot of things that aren't text. There are a lot of like, you know, if you look at the print screen. Do you think having to study music theories in school help you with these guys in a way? Nah, not really. There's definitely nothing related between the two. All right, I think Dressai is gonna come and help me for a bit. There was a workaround. I forgot what it was. Except the processes in the brain might be similar. Nah, not really. I mean, I don't think anything really can prepare you for work or doing anything in WordPress unless you've done something similar to that. Yeah, I'm just waiting for Dread to kind of come over with some stuff. I guess while that's happening, I can start looking at the update profile, update a couple of times. No. Let's not do that. We can start messing with the rapid fire endgame. So let's copy from here to rapid fire endgame because it's pretty much going to be the same thing, a similar thing. Import. Go. Edit. That. Rename this to endgame. on Maxwell's mobile site, when you press on a piece of gear to see the stats and aspects, it takes you now to this build guide site that you're on. It used to not do that. It used to just pop up the aspect of the stats on it. I don't know. There's some sort of bug in the code or what. Can you post that by chance? In the whatchamacallit? Trying to find the best way to like hear Dread site, but not have you guys hear Dread site. All right, guys, give me a sec. I'm gonna talk to Dread site for a bit. He's gonna walk me through something. I don't know if you can hear me yet.
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I am on live stream, but I did title the fact that I was gonna be doing some updates in the guy. But yeah, they can't see the back end. They can only see my front end planner. But yeah, I for whatever strange reason can't update, and I'm just like, crap. That's a lot of stuff. I just did.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it should be quick enough.
Okay.
Okay. So the stream hears me, but it's not going to be, you know,
It
critical. So don't worry.
okay.
All right. So go to the. All right. So you're in the post, correct?
Yep.
All right. Now I'm using my best like third eye here. Go up to the top right hand corner. We see the triple dot. That's gonna bring down the menu.
Yep. Where it says toolbar, spotlight mode, full screen mode, that stuff.
Okay. You're gonna go instead of visual editor. You're gonna click on code.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Now the post went from nice visual to a whole bunch of code.
Yep.
Okay. Where the article is, you're gonna copy. You're gonna click in where the post is.
Mm-hmm.
Control A to select all. Hit copy.
Gotcha.
Open up a notepad file and paste that into there.
Let's see. Hold up. It doesn't matter between Notepad or WordPad. Does it really matter? Or
Do Notepad, because Notepad is very basic, does not introduce any particular
gotcha.
code of the
All right.
program itself.
Well, we'll do. Done.
Okay. Just verify like the first code line or the first like sentence, like line or two, and the last line to make sure that you did get everything.
Okay. The last line is hold on a sec. Going to the bottom. Said did I just call the IT guy? No, he's a veteran member of Maxwell who does a lot of work behind the scenes that most people don't know. He's way better at like figuring out stuff like this. Okay. For some reason it didn't. Did it not copy the last part of that?
If you're unsure, just if you're unsure, just go into the post, start at the top, go all the way to the bottom, copy it, and paste it again. Just make sure you either open up a new notepad file or make sure you delete everything prior.
Okay, let me just open up Notepad again and do it again. I just opened the same thing. Okay, new tab. Don't save. Yeah. All right. Try it again. Control A. Copy. Notepad. And again, the very bottom. Okay, so it did get it that time. We're good.
Okay. Now this is the point of no return. You're gonna you're gonna close this out. And do you have any other guides open at the moment?
No, just that one.
Okay. What you probably want to do is close this one out. Do a nice little Control F5 to do a cache dump. And then reopen up that article and paste in the code and then do a preview to verify everything looks good for what you did.
Is that Control F5 it?
Yeah, because usually you get that error when you have a really big guide open and you have it open for a long time because it's constantly caching stuff and then WordPress does WordPress things.
Okay, so Control F5 into the guide itself, right?
Yeah, now that you got the code from it, you can close it. It'll ask you, do you want to save? It'll give you the error again, so you just kind of close the tab. And then you just re-log in.
So go back into the guide again now.
Yep.
All right, let me go find it. Okay, the edit. Yeah, so don't do the autosave, right? I assume.
Probably not.
Okay.
Just to make sure.
All right, cool. All right, so now let's take everything from the notepad, I assume.
Yep.
Copy,
Just copy it.
and then
Just override what's there. So you select all, but then you paste over it.
okay. So all right, just did that. Now I need to go back to visual editor, right?
Mm-hmm. And then I would just go to like the last thing you edited and make sure that it's actually edited. And
Okay.
verify a couple of things.
It did. So go to preview. Make sure I got, check my vampiric powers. Okay, looks good. I can actually probably show this part. This is fine. All right, so yeah, so far so good. First touches in there. Okay, Undying. All of that. I'm gonna check my stat priority stuff.
Yeah, if the last known thing you will work on is in there, then everything else before it should be good.
All right. Okay. I guess at that point that should be the change log then. That's the last thing I did. I guess night. Oh, wait a minute. It should be the first. It should be at the very top. Yeah. November 11th. Okay, cool. All right. Looks good.
Alrighty. Then you
Let
are
me-
good to attempt a save draft and make sure it goes through. Or no, if it's a live guide, you'll probably just hit
To update.
update.
Yeah. That's what I'm going to do now.
Alrighty.
It worked.
Alrighty.
Alright,
That's
well-
the first beer for next BlizzCon, just so you know.
I still owe you a few from last time. I think someone else bought your beer. Remember? I think it was at Cheesecake Factory. Yeah, someone else bought your drinks. Yeah.
See, I'm not pushy when it comes to people buying me drinks because I know they'll just happen eventually.
I can't escape, huh? I can't escape you.
Nope.
All
All
right.
right, man. I'll let you go. IT service out.
I appreciate it. See you, man.
Later.
So that is Dread. Dread is he's like the unsung hero of Max Roll. He does a lot of like the news posts and like behind the scenes stuff and assets and some of the visual stuff you guys don't like you see that we don't really do, but he's huge for Max Roll. He doesn't like stream or make videos or anything, but yeah. You post feedback in Max Roll Discord. Okay, cool. Yeah, we do look at stuff like that, Raven. So we'll take a look at it, or the guy is who's supposed to take a look at it will take a look at it. Macro updated guide. Okay, nice. Moody was up, man. You said did this build good? Yeah, it's an S tier build. Barrage, especially with the updates to it. The updates is gonna make it feel even better. So good stuff there. Yeah, I'm 52. Yeah, I've had the guys. No, like just that. So like, what happens is that sometimes some things don't update like they're supposed to, or whatever. And so like when you put in all that work and you like it won't, you can't push it through the server for the update. It becomes a problem. And if that's a problem, then well, guess what? I can't update the rest of the guide, so or I can't push it to for you guys to see it. So. There's workarounds for it, which is what he was trying to do for me without me losing my work. So that's kind of what I was getting them in here for. With that being said, I think it's time to do since now Barrage is done, it's time to do Pin Shot. Get that over with and done. Rapid fire is going to take a little longer to do because I have to almost reconstruct the guide because it's no longer victimize. Victimize is trash right now, so I have to like redo a bit of that. I might actually say that for tomorrow just because of how much work that's gonna create. Okay, let's see what I got here. Let's take a look at my planner again. What do I have for vampire powers? Undying, prayer of the week, Morphosis. Oh, because I need the. I guess I could do shadow stuff for that, but. Ravenous. I don't really need vulnerable. Okay. What do I need vulnerable for pin? Nothing, right? Did I test any med builds in hardcore? Is it a different build strategy? It's most of the stuff that is done. Like we have a hardcore section on all the build guides, so we kind of tell you what to change or do. If you want to do like a hardcore, you see the hardcore adjustments part of it. Like we kind of talk about what to do if you want to take this into hardcore. Most of the time it's just building more defensively, and that's kind of it. The way you play that doesn't really change. But typically I don't do hardcore because my connection just doesn't allow me to. So that's kind of it. Hectic, ravenous. I actually need. I do need a curse touch. So we might get rid of Hectic for this. Let me see. I got Pretty Weak, got Undying, Ravenous. Oh, I don't have Resilience. That's what I don't have. That might actually be a bit tough, but you are playing a little bit further away with Pen Shot Rapid Fire, so I guess you should be okay. And you got Metamorphosis. Is there any difference between sacred and ancestral aspects? For the most part, no. Nothing that matters. I'll put it that way. Okay. Yeah, I guess we're fine this way. This works. Guess I could. I guess that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I think we'll leave it the way it is. Let's go back in the back end. Ravenous Metamorphosis. So the only thing I need to change out is Hectic. First touch. Vampiric Power. Touch. Need to go from minor to major. Who put you up to this? Nah, I mean, I just, it's just something I need to do. Oh, you talking to him? I wish I could share the smell of my big teddy bear pit laying at my feet just farted. I need to see you. Kill him also, man. Yeah. Sorry, you guys can't see what I'm doing on the back end. I'm not allowed to show that, but you guys can see everything else. I just finished updating the barrage guide. I'm about to do the same with pin shot in a minute. Do everything. Does barrage plus rapid fire duo core work well? No, there's a lot of overlap between the two. So because of the amount of overlap, it's just not worth. Yeah, I mean, barrage and rapid fire do a lot of a lot of similar things, which is why they don't really they don't complement each other. Like pin shot is really bad at single target, but it's really great for AoE, right? Whereas rapid fire is the opposite. Like it's okay at AoE in some scenarios, but it's really good at single target. So you mix the two together to get like a fantastic build, if that makes sense. So what's the button rotation? What do you mean? Okay, I think it'd be easier if I just kind of copy and paste some stuff from the Barrage Guide in terms of some of the stats stuff, because they share a lot of similarity stuff. Oh, skill button rotation. Okay. For which build, Kev? Which build? Let's go with penetrating shots. If you're using that. Okay. Well, you have to use, like in this case scenario, dash. So dash, you have to dash and hit a mob. So generally you'll probably dash through a mob to be able to proc the first part of close quarters combat, because it's a cutthroat skill. And you'll attack, or after you dash, then you're gonna want to hit spacebar for metamorphosis. So therefore you evade out, so you're not in melee range anymore, or at least not that close. Then that gives you quite a few buffs already. Then you use your first puncture while you're still somewhat close. That will then proc your close quarters combat. So now you have your close quarters combat up. You got your Tobalt's Will buff up. At that point, you just stack combo points and then use your first imbuement, the shadow imbuement. You'll dash, use spacebar to get into a good position. Combo point, or puncture, shadow imbue, pen shot, pretty much. But you can activate your shadow imbue whenever you want. Just don't do it while you're dashing. So I would activate it after you dash and evade back. Does that make sense? Yeah. And if you don't like using dash to proc the cutthroat part of it, you can do like you can do shadow step instead if you would like to do that. I need to explain the Windforce interaction too. It gives penetrating shot to 400% lucky hit chance. in turn makes the Windforce best the, um, combo point is full. Or more Windforce. Check out the interaction. I need to kind of create my own video player now, I guess. Whoever that was, Z Raven with the gift this up. Thanks, man. I understand that I was getting combo up and then hit poison and then dash. I wouldn't waste I wouldn't waste an imbuement on your dash, to be honest. Because like your dash doesn't do any damage, and definitely not enough to give you any sort of poison imbuement damage either. So just make sure that when you dash, that your dash is not imbued. I think you should remove suppressors from the game. That makes you want to stop playing range. I don't blame you on that. Suppressor is very suppressing when playing range builds. No. Sorry, that was my video. But I need to get the original link somehow. Okay. Okay, so we did that. I'm trying Frostburn with the pin shot build. Yeah, I was playing around with it today, and it was funny. 100% freeze packs. I mean, you can. I don't know if it's really worth losing the ranks though to pin shot and some of the other stuff. But in terms of just crowd control, especially in a group, stuff like that, it's absolutely like really good. I think it'll be better like in like the Abattoir of Zir when fights last longer and you want to get hit less. I think like things like Frostburn and things like that would definitely have more value. But generally speaking, most things are or should be one shot or two shot scenarios to where you don't really get as much value as you would normally. I'm still on the pin shot stuff now, so On that glyph, you did that metamorphosis. None of this in the middle should change. That should change. My ability should. I guess resource. Nah. I did need the embed penetration shot though. They'll get on. They will definitely get on my case if I don't. Right, this song is it's like a secret bop. It starts off all like real like a certain vibe, a certain way, and then it just drops the beat, and you're just like, what? Do you still run Penitent Greaves this season? Nah. So on my personal, so when I play Barrage, I do. But it's a very glassy variation that I would not put on Max Roll because it you make one mistake or a missed shadow step on accident, and you don't have those extra like cooldown base or cooldown evade thing, you're stuck. So it becomes considerably more difficult to play with Penitent Greaves. It's nice to have. Don't get me wrong. It's good, but it's not worth. I'd say for most players, it's definitely not worth it. Locknar, what's going on? All right, let's see. We got those. We did that. Okay, I gotta get some of these other stuff. Aspect of elements, right? Okay, offensive elements. To boss will. Early end game. I think all this stuff is kind of okay. I don't think I need to make any like real adjustments here. I do gotta change something in the planner though, especially early end game for sure. Early penetrating shot. So we gotta do that. Shadow. Whoa, why do I have poison beam in here? We need to have maximum life here. Rapid fire, okay. Okay. Okay, so this needs to have aspect of elements on it. Need to change the imbuement stuff too as well. Could be armor. Appreciate you guys chilling with me. I know this is probably not the most exciting content for sure, but it means a lot for me to be able to kind of get this stuff done, so therefore you guys can get updated stuff, because this stuff does take a while to do. So let's see, penetration shot is that back up here. Infinite dash. Does sword gets faster? Okay. I forget what's the one thing in the base skills that make you unstoppable on rogue, right? The one thing where you can slam into people and damage them, but you get the vampire one, so that will get you another unstoppable. Oh, you mean Shadow Step? Yeah, Shadow Step does that. Micah, what's going on? Yeah, I think that solves everything. Oof, vulnerable damage. Why is that on there? We'll keep core here. Yeah, these are not. Yeah, okay, yeah, these definitely need to change out. Brown. Core. And same thing here. There we go. Also, apparently I have this twice. So I'm missing a... Yeah, I'm missing corruption here. Corruption. This is early in game. Okay. I have all these in like different places. Let me change that real quick. I don't confuse anyone. Like this. There you go. Alright, update for early in game. There we go. And shot at 50. Make sure that that looks okay. Am I running metamorphosis in my builds? Not all of them, no. For pin shot, yes. Barrage, no. Rapid fire, haven't decided yet. Trying to decide if a black hole would be the first natural force field that we've discovered in nature. Yeah, we need to do this. Back speed. That's fine. We'll leave it there. Rapid fire is fine. This is not fine. Crowd control. Crowd control. And cool. I didn't even check the rings in the other one. I need to do that. Totally forgot to check the rings. Yep. I knew it. Knew it. It all messed up here. Well, this one did. This one that didn't. Yeah. Now let's go back to the early. You have to be level 80 to get the ring from Rashawn. Honestly, I am not sure. I think whenever you can do them, whenever you can actually farm them is when you can get them. I don't know if there's I don't know if there's like a level cap of that. Who's the Maxwell Druid? Drewski. We got 5 of them. Well, 4, but 5. You got Eye Boiler, you got Benisol, you got McFluffin, Teo, but I've hardly ever seen Teo in the recent. And Gymnasium. Yeah, there's a lot of druids. We have a lot of druid boys. Druid, I honestly don't know how we ended up with so many druid creators, but yeah. Why druid got so many and Necro has the fewest? Necros don't have the fewest. Necro has 3. Rogues have 2. Barb has 2 now. Sork just has 1. So Sork is really the fewest right now. Norquar is all by himself. Yankee? Appreciate the follow. Necros have 2. Necros have 3. You guys don't really see much of the other. You have Echo Hack and Macro are the 2 that you see the most. They do the most of the work. But there's Dark Humility who's also helps with Necro. He also helps with Sork a little bit too. So he's like Necro slash Sork somewhat. Northward is crazy good though. He can handle all the sorts of stuff. Well, I mean, every class specialist can legit handle the entire class. It's the matter of like doing the work on the guides for the entire class is the problem. Like there's some builds that Northward hasn't been able to put out because it just takes too much time to do by himself. So it's at that point, it's really not about it's not about how good you are. It's more so about like, can you actually have enough time to do all those things? That's the thing. So that's the reason why like Sork stuff generally tends to get updated like a little later than most. Or some of the other builds get updated later than most because it's just him by himself. But yeah, we don't question. I mean, obviously North War is very, very good. Right. He's goated in like some cases, right? But yeah. Even then, I think it'd be nice to have like an additional person to help him work with Sork stuff, just to get stuff on the, yeah, we're talking about deadlines. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Try to get down to Necro. I don't know, man. You gotta make sure you have enough of those points built up, right? Do you have your are you saving up your points to make me change class? What is it now? 32 million, somewhere around that range? Miles and Jazz. As far as a pure player, who's the best rogue player? Is it Rudija? He's definitely the most accomplished rogue. Meaning, like, if there were like when it comes to contests and things like that, I have not achieved anywhere near what he has. I'm nowhere near as much of a blaster, like speed runner blaster that he is. When it comes to that, I literally just don't have. I also, another thing too is that I also work a full-time job, so it's hard to dedicate the amount of hours to do some of those activities. But even if I had the time to do it, I probably still wouldn't be able to do what he does. I guess I don't have the tenacity to do it. Like, we're both hella good like theory craft players. We're both very good mechanically. Um, I would almost, you would, if you ask him, he would probably put me on that pedestal in terms of mechanical play. That I'm like just very finicky and like really good with that. But overall, I mean, Woody's Woody. Can you solo the world boss? Of course. World bosses aren't hard. Once you learn the mechanics, they're not hard. Is there anybody you like look up to and think they're really good? I don't know if I look up to anybody. That's hard to say just because like I play a lot as well. So like it's hard, like in a game like this, it's kind of hard to impress because it's an action RPG game. It's one of those things where it's like there is display of skill, yes, but at the end of the day, it's still an action RPG game. I used to play in esports. Like I was a StarCraft 2 professional gamer, so it's kind of hard to like. For me, it's hard to like really make an impact and like impress me with skill per se. But that's just because of the games I used to play. I just don't like. I don't look at action RPGs as like a in that same light or in that same realm. There are good players. Don't get me wrong. Like there are good players where I'm just like, man, and that was a good choice. That was a good choice for repositioning, et cetera, et cetera. But there's no one where I'm like truly wowed with. But it's not their fault. It's just the game doesn't really command that kind of skill. It just doesn't. Oh, why is there a bow on here anyways? Probably needs to be a crossbow. Let's see. This needs to be a crossbow. Let's update the profile. Is that because there's more of a RNG involvement? I mean, it's just because you're fighting against the AI. You're fighting against the computer, right? So like, sure, there are mechanical things you can do in this game that are fairly difficult to achieve rotational wise and stuff. Playing anything on Rogue is actually kind of a lot of work to play well, but you're also fighting against the AI, right? So when you're fighting, like when you're playing a game where your challenge is against the computer AI, there's only but so hard something can become because the computer can't read your emotions. They can't respond. They can't learn your gameplay. They can't make you do things you don't want to do. There's a whole different level of competition or competitive play when you're playing against a human being versus the AI. So it's hard to impress playing against an AI that can't learn your actions. I'm not saying the AI in this game is bad. The AI in this game is actually quite good, relative to some of the other games, but it's still against the computer, right? You know, once you understand their attacks, then you're just basically muscle memorying them. You're muscle memorying all the stuff. You know, like you understand this elite is going to cast this. It has these affixes, so you know what to be aware of, but they can't change anything up to throw you off guard or anything. I'd be more impressed with say like Dark Souls. Well, Dark Souls in general. Dark Souls is definitely Dark Souls is definitely harder than like action RPGs in general. But I would say like fighting games, real time strategy games, some first person shooter games are also like, I would look at, you know, that would require more skill. Action RPGs just doesn't really require much skill. Most of it is math. Most of it is math and understanding the interactions, and then after that you can apply skill to do things. But I mean, so does that make sense? Like, I mean, this isn't like I'm totally not talking down on anyone who plays the game, right? Um, it has nothing to do with them. It has everything to do with the fact that it's just the type of genre of a game. In fact, I actually started playing Diablo to get away from competitive gaming. um, that was the point, because I was getting burnt out and did not want to keep up with being ultra competitive like I used to be at one point. Oof, I didn't realize I have Victimize still here for some reason. Damage. I just need to delete the whole thing. Okay. Where am I at on this article? What about Destiny Rays is a pretty skill intensive, I would say. I guess the thing the thing to understand Raven is this. Let me give you a good example. Well, I don't really know how to. Let me see if I can kind of. Raids are. I'm not saying raids aren't tough. They're tough initially to learn, but once you understand what to do, they're not difficult. It's just an aspect of making sure everyone else understands what to do, so therefore everyone doesn't wipe. See what I'm saying? I'm not like discrediting the difficulty, because they're hard to learn initially, and like they do require, like, Lost Ark raids are like really hard. They do require you to truly understand and truly know what to do, but there's a cap, and the cap is once you learn to fight, the the raid itself or the raid boss themselves can't do anything to make it harder. They can't get better. They can't increase in skill. They can't make you do different things. They can't do anything out of the ordinary than what they're already programmed to do. You see what I'm saying? So any game, any and all games where you're fighting against an AI, it can be really hard up to a point, and then you can never improve past that point, or the game can't get you to improve past that point, because that's all it is. Whereas PvP or any like fighting game or any like like that, where everyone improves, everyone plays mind games. Mind games is the number one like skill you or the number one of the most important skills you need in a PvP game of any sort. If you can't like at the top level, people's mechanics are pretty solid, but the mind game is kind of where it's at. You have to make people do things that they don't expect. You have to condition them, all those different things that it's impossible to do versus the AI or in a game with an AI. So like I said, there's a cap of the skill necessary to do certain things in a versus computer games, whereas in PvP or fighting games or real-time strategy games, first-person shooter games, those kind of things, like the skill cap continues to rise as people get better, because you will always fight somebody that might be different, that might have a different style than someone else or whatever. I use Smash Ultimate as a pretty good example too as well, because you have, not only do you have to, there's so many characters, you have to learn your character, but you got to learn your character versus another character, that specific character. Then you got to learn that person's playstyle, whoever's piloting that character. Then you have to learn that playstyle, whoever's piloting the character on the stage that they're picked, because every stage is different. There's so much more to think about in a game like that, of that nature, than like, let's say, massively killing hordes of things in a action RPG. There is skill, don't get me wrong. Someone would do it more efficiently and faster than someone else. Obviously, Woody Joe's a great example of that, right? No one ever beats him to, solo 100 at all, ever in hardcore, because there's a skill element there involved, obviously, decision making, those kind of things. But there is a cap, to that. Does that make sense? Ooh, I gotta add the Windforce here under whatchamacallit. That's actually kind of exciting. Oops. Yeah, so that's all. So that's why I think when he was asking that question, it's like it's hard for me to be be impressed in a game in a game like this. I can be impressed with the theory craft part of it, right? Like somebody might find some interaction where I'm just like, holy crap, I would have never thought to try this or think of it this way, or like not stuff like that, right? Yeah, like I've been impressed with a lot of things like that, because that theory crafting is a whole different, it's a whole different game. right? It's a whole different thing. Sometimes it just takes a really, you know, creative mind to come up with like different things. And so that's stuff like that really impresses me for sure. Because of course that's not easy. That's a skill in itself, by the way. Um, I think my theory crafting generally speaking, is pretty decent. For sure, there are people who would, who would make me, look like I just started playing the game and whatnot. But I'm pretty decent, for sure. Especially if I'm interested in said thing. Like for instance, obviously the whole Windforce interaction with the to boss world pants, like I came up with that, and that's some crazy theory. Like you have to really think about it in a wide scope to see that interaction happen, right? And now we have Windforce being best in slot for something finally. Um, um, but yeah. Weapon type. So Boner. Or it's like to see a PvP Maxwell attorney. PvP at the moment is really really imbalanced, especially this season. Um, Part of me wish that they would put more emphasis on uh PvP in general, because I think it's a great opportunity, but more so a missed opportunity by Blizzard. I would love to do more PvP if there was more like regulator and or balance. Like if there were like some like uh matchmaking, those kind of things. I'll take Mortal Kombat if it's the same move, the AI. Is that the AI figures it out? Yeah. Um One thing area I think is that AI has an advantage is when they can telegraph your movements. Like it knows you dodge a certain way, and they can throw a tip box right there when it wants to. And Dark Souls does it sometimes. Like they have mechanics you can't overcome unless you figure out a different way. Like you said, once you figure it out, the different way that you got them. I guess that's the thing, though. I think the AI can only like the AI can't. So AIs can't like what. So what they can do is they can program AI to you push a certain button and the AI reacts to that button press, or you start a frame of a skill and the AI can react, many different ways based on the programming of said AI. So it looks like it's learning your thing, your movement, but it really isn't. It's just a smarter algorithm per se play in place. It can truly never mind game you um at the end of the day. um and when you're talking about like the top of the top competitors, like you look at like the best players, I guess you could say, in Diablo 4, and then you take like the best players in like, let's say, Guilty Gear. It's not even close, like in terms of like what is necessary to play at that level or be at that level. Between the two games, it's just nowhere near, right? Obviously one's an esport, this is casual, you know uh monster killing, if that makes sense, right? So obviously you can't compare the two, but that's why I'm just saying, like, um there's just only but so much you can do to be able to wow someone in a game like this. And maybe I could just be, my definition might be a bit strict. And that's fair because, you know, I've played, I, StarCraft is considered one of the hardest games to play, learn and be a professional at, like in the history of gaming, period. So I might have a little bit more of a bias there, and my standards of what I think is really impressive is massively skewed because of that. And I can admit that. I can like absolutely admit that. So it doesn't matter about the AI ideas, it would develop patterns. It depends. It depends on the game though. Hellcat. Like in Diablo 4, no such thing exists. I can legit fight the same. I can fight the war boss the same exact way, and the war boss will always do the same things. Would never change up anything. But the thing about it is fighting game AI, which I think is what you mentioned about Mortal Kombat, right? Like no matter how good the AI is, a human being will always be better. Right? So no matter how good the AI will ever become, AI is not the top, not the hardest thing you can do in a fighting game. There will always be human beings that will be considerably better, like not even close to what an AI can do. Right? No. Look at chess. Is Flare going to be updated? Not tonight, but and that'll be the next thing I do probably tomorrow. I didn't realize how long this was going to take for both Pinshot and Barrage today. So I'm trying to get Barrage done. I got Barrage done. Trying to get Pinshot done before I head out. And then tomorrow, either I will update Flurry in the daytime, or I'll just do like another one of these streams where I update Flurry and Rapid Fire at the same time. Like I said, like I'm not trying to knock AI by any means. It's just it's hard to really explain unless you're kind of like in it, if that makes sense. You're good with that. The time AI figures out what we do is the time Terminator appears at. That's a fair point. Fair point. Very, very fair point. Okay, so we got Windforce, best in slot. Can't believe I'm actually saying that. Who would have ever thought? Trick shot, rapid, aspect of the expectant. Oh, because I don't have it on the main weapon, so I can't do that. Oh no, that's Edge Masters. Edge Masters. Okay. So yeah. Okay, so we're gonna have to get rid of, what did we get rid of actually? Let me make sure I don't mess this up. Okay, in-game row. So we got Edge Masters. Expectant. Sick. Okay, so we don't have corruption. Not that we need it here, but yeah, we don't have the corruption aspect. So that's the one I need to take out. So remove corruption for Edge Masters on every single part of the stat section. We'll do the defense stuff in a second. So let's put the corruption, masters, shadow. It's not best to slide anymore, but we'll leave it there. Boss will. This is Mangler's. If I have penetration shot on jewelry, what's on weapons? Well, I mean, you have combination dagger, and the other weapon can be anything. It can be expectant. It can be pin shot. It can be uh any. So the gloves, 2 rings, and the 1 free weapon slot, the sword or whatever, can be any of the 4 aspects. Just whatever rolls on what. So rapid, expectant, trick shot, edge masters, any of the 4 you could fit anywhere on those pieces. When should you craft higher level sigils versus running the highest drop sigils to get higher ones? I guess once you feel like whatever you're running is really easy. That differs from for everybody. So like if your build is complete and at this point you're just trying to level your glyphs or whatnot, and you're just absolutely murdering everything at the level that you are, you can craft a little bit higher. Now keep in mind, don't craft too high too fast, because you never know like how like you don't want to take too long to get through a dungeon, right? Taking too long means basically you what goes here? Oh, armor. He's in it every time. Armor. You don't want to take too long because then you're gonna lose efficiency. So and that wouldn't be worth going higher for. Unless you just want the challenge. If you want the challenge, sure. You can do that. But if you're looking for efficiency, then well, yeah. Kind of like what I said. I think I have more viewers watching tonight than I normally do, like slightly more than I normally do. I'm literally just updating guides. I appreciate you guys. Actually, where is my YouTube chat? There it is. Try the pinch shot with the Windforce today was fun. Yeah, Windforce is nice. I'm glad finally we got when Windforce actually has a use. Sorry, I can't show you guys the back end. I totally wouldn't mind, but there's there's rules against that for mostly, I won't say obvious reasons, but too long, 5 minutes versus 10 minutes versus you actually don't want to take. I mean, if it's taking you like, if it's taking you about 10 minutes to get through a dungeon, that is definitely too long. You don't want that. Or like, I mean, you generally want to be able to clear a dungeon within like around 5 minutes or so, or close to. It takes a little bit longer depending on the dungeon. That's fine, but yeah, if you're constantly over the 10-minute mark, then you're losing quite a bit of efficiency there. I think I got all the stats right. No, not yet. Not yet. Gotta go to the chest now. Or helm, actually. Warriors and resist. No, helm's good. Okay, I did update this like pretty recently, so shadow resistance. We got pants, best in slot, Mangalure's boots, amulet. Amulet's good. Okay, we just gotta change out the skulls now, I think. I think the stat pages priority stages is updated. This is the part that gets it gets really tough because that's the one part that can get messed up and transition very easily. All right, let's check something in the planar again. Penetrating shot with we're unique. Don't know why poison and beam is there. Well, what we need to do is just change. Or not, because you can't see the whatchamacallit anyway. So we'll just do this. Keep with consistency. I don't know why force or arrows there either. Okay, I think everything else is fine though. Except for the Windforce there. There we go. And we're doing. See, why is that expected there? There you go. Okay, we're Gucci now. Update profile. Yeah. Okay, I think. How come builds I copy exactly same everything? Damage doesn't seem the same. Now, when you say damage doesn't seem the same, what are you comparing it to? Like another rogue playing, or like someone you're watching on stream playing the same as that build? Are you certain about the rotations that you're doing, etc.? There can be quite a few different things. The rolls on it, like the rolls on the items and stuff, could be a little bit different than what you have. Even if you have the right pieces, you might have really low rolls on all those. Paragon board, make sure that all the points are where they should be. Properly, make sure all the glyphs are leveled up to at least minimum 15. If you really want to see the damage, make sure they're at 21. Quite a few different things that could be the case. Yeah, Raven. I tend to just do just one Paragon board for now. I kind of get in trouble for that though. Sometimes they come in and ask where's the Paragon slider, and how come you haven't added a Paragon slider or whatever like that to your builds. And sometimes I just really think that I just think it's easy just to kind of just see the actual board itself, especially since it's easy to level up to 100 now. So like the path you go isn't really that important unless you're racing. Like if you're racing to 100, it's a different story. But like right now we're like coming up like close to mid-season now. People are roughly close to 100 now, they can just literally just put the points exactly where you have on the thing without the need of a slider, in my opinion. But I do know that like Maxwell tends to want a slider, so eventually I'm gonna have to, go back and add a slider. But I agree with you though. I agree with you in general though. Have you guys have never went through a dungeon with my wife? She has to kill everything. I mean, appreciate the follow by the way. I mean, it is an action RPG, and the point is to kill things. So I mean, whether that's the most efficient way to do things is, obviously like debatable, but I mean, can't say it's wrong. There's a mob over there, she wants to kill it. That's generally the point. That is the point of the game. At the end of the day. I'm almost done with the pen shot rapid fire guide, and then once I'm done with that, I'm gonna have to go. And we'll either continue a little bit of this tomorrow. Actually, I want to probably show some gameplay tomorrow. I don't want to put you through this again. I don't want to put you guys through this again. Let's put that there. Do I think disobedience is pretty much a requirement on almost all builds? Actually, no. I don't think disobedience is a requirement at all. In fact, as I'm updating the guides or whatever, I'm dropping disobedience in every single one of them, because I managed to be able to cap out armor without you needing disobedience in the guides. So no. Now, I will say this though. I will say this, with the new content coming, it is a very big possibility that you'll have to add disobedience back in, depending on the scaling of said content. But we'll see how that works. I don't know how to spell this. Array. Paragon board, stats, armors. Okay. All right. So now I need to preview this, make sure that everything looks the way it should. You have a problem with Shard of Agony to run in no drop. Did you put the mats in, Pat? If you didn't, Like, are you playing in a group? If so, did you put the mats in? Because if you play in a group and you didn't put the mats in, then you're not going to get the shard. Only the person who puts the mats in gets the shard. Otherwise, you should always get a shard if you're playing solo, or you were the one to put the mats in for the run. Okay, let's see what this looks like now. Okay, so I did embed my video there. I think it's easier to kind of see the explanation when you see the vid. I did need to add a space there though. Spacer. On this curse touch. In-game Paragon board looks good. The glyphs looks good. All of this is fine. Elements, yeah, we did all that. Probably should delete the grass and shadow. Game, early game, all that stuff. Good. So far, so good. If I don't know why that's all the way down there. That's like a really weird spot to have that. I might have to change that. Stat stuff. Windforce, good. All these are good. Like poison, yep, good. Armor. Armor, shadow. That's good. Hardcore section doesn't need to change. Okay, dungeons, all that's good. Looks like peaks, good. All right, and here, all this is good. Good. And updates of the stuff. So yeah, I think everything was good. Mostly. I gotta change a couple of things now though. Gotta delete grass with shadows. So delete. And then we need to add a spacer. Top. Spacer. We'll do a 20. I guess. We'll do the same thing. Add a spacer. Also make it 20. You're welcome, man. I think it's time to push it through. view post. I'm gonna make sure you guys can see it. So let me do it here now. Oof, actually, wait a minute. Did it not? Oh no, it didn't yet. Okay. I gotta wait for it to update then. Let me see something. Because the preview showed it correctly, and then the other one did not. That's weird. Yeah, it doesn't show the whatchamacallit yet. I guess I have to wait for it to actually update. Yeah, so the preview shows it updated. Just the real one hasn't updated yet. I don't want to like go before I understand that this actually gets updated. Yeah, I guess it takes a little while before it's updated on the back end, but it is updated though. Like it just doesn't show. It doesn't show up yet, quite yet, but it will. Yeah, because the curse touch hasn't been changed yet either. Actually, let me make sure that's on the preview too. Actually, no, wait a minute. This is the. No, okay, that's not that one. First touch, pray to re. Yeah. Okay. All right. I think it's fine. I think it's good. I wonder if there's a perk to running with the clan. Nope. The clan and social features are terrible in this game. Absolutely terrible. I wish I was lying. All right, guys. With that being said, if your clan has a Discord, it can be pretty cool. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like the clan, like considering that it's a freaking 2023 game, like you know, the perks and all that stuff and whatnot is just terrible. Like it's awful. They went backwards in terms of social features and clan stuff. So I'm vastly disappointed in this game, to be honest. But all right, guys. So now you know, in case you want to check, because people have been asking me for this for some time. Both the barrage build has been now fully updated. The pin shot rapid fire build is now updated with the Windforce. So Windforce is now involved. Somehow they found yeah. So barrage and pin shot are fully updated now. Depending on what I can do, persevering, I'll get out early. Okay, I appreciate you stopping by, man. Thanks for chilling, like you guys. I mean, hope to get the vibes were pretty good, even though we didn't really play much at all. But maybe you guys learned something. I don't know. We'll see. But thanks for hanging out. Seems like I had a pretty high view count relative to my normal view count while doing this, so kind of shocked by that still. But with that being said, I'm not quite sure what I'm gonna do tomorrow. I guess depends on whether I can get to the other two guys before I stream tomorrow or not. Just kind of up in the air. We'll kind of see. If not, we'll work on some of the other two guides as well. On stream. The other two guys require more work though. I think rapid fire is gonna I'm gonna have to pull apart some things because it's built around victimize, so I'm gonna have to change quite a bit of things there for sure. And then flurry, I'm probably gonna go back to triple imbuement. It's just we don't have a triple imbuement build, and that's a great place to put it. And imbuements are a lot, give you a lot of damage, so we want to make flurry hit as hard as we possibly can. So triple imbuement is really good on a build like that. So it was triple imbuement last season and it was good. So it'll probably be triple imbuement again. But other than that, let's find someone to raid out to. Also, Dread, appreciate your help on, well, literally everything. Hey, let's go to Boiler streaming. He's doing the things. It was super cool meeting you at BlizzCon too, man. That was awesome. Guess we're doing it well. This song, all right. I did not want to leave Cali, man, or at least BlizzCon. I did not want to leave. It was so much fun being around y'all. Like, so cool. Probably the highlight of my 2023 for sure. Probably my highlight from the last couple of years, really. I've had to really think about it. Anyhow, let's go enjoy Boiler. He's doing Druid stuff. He is one of our max roll Druid specialists. So if you guys got any questions related to Druid, he is definitely the guy to ask for that. He's pretty laid back. I think you guys will enjoy him. I'll see you tomorrow. Like I said, we'll figure out what we're going to do tomorrow. Whether that's updating guys or killing things, we will be doing one or the other. So thanks for stopping by. Thanks for sticking around. And as always, till next time.